Chapter 322. Enlightened Wang Hua placed the mystic wood shield in front of him. Suddenly, a layer of earth energy appeared around him. It was enlightened Wang Hua's defensive technique, Sunlua Wall. The defensive technique and the mystic wood shield worked together to block the golden scale sword's continuous attacks. However, enlightened Wang Hua's mystic wood shield kept trembling. It didn't dare to let the 1,000 sword rays land on the same spot. Even so, Lu Ping's sword still pushed enlightened Wang Hua back by 100 feet. His defensive technique was on the verge of breaking. Enlightened Master Wang Hua broke out in cold sweat from Lu Ping's attack. The mystic wood shield shrunk to the size of a palm and fell into enlightened Master Wang Hua's hand. The shield was riddled with holes, all caused by Lu Ping's attack. Enlightened Wang Hua looked at his magic treasure and felt his heart ache. Even Luan Yu's wood flame didn't cause this much damage to the mystic wood shield. After he returned, he didn't know how long it would take for him to restore the mystic wood shield to its original power. The golden scale sword, which had already condensed its second seal, spun in the sky and was held by a pair of hands. A young cultivator in his 20s stood on a white cloud and slowly descended towards enlightened Wang Hua. Who else could it be but Lu Ping? Just when Lu Ping destroyed the sound transmission sword released by enlightened Wang Hua, another sound transmission sword flew a few miles to the east and inexplicably disappeared from the sea. Standing on the white cloud, Lu Ping looked to the east. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking smile. "It's you." How could enlightened Wang Hua not know Lu Ping? Not only did he defeat the Zhang and Wang clans' pill refiners at the Northern Alliance pill gathering, but he also defeated the blood condensation pill refiners of the other 3 sections. I've long heard that alchemy master Lu Zhou's alchemy skills are brilliant, but I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be so sharp as well. You've cultivated the sword into complexity, and your sword light has reached the great completion of psychic sword. As long as you combine the psychic sword light into one, and achieve the realm of cultivation and sword as one, the attack power of your swordsmanship will not be any weaker than ordinary supernatural power. Lu Ping smiled and said, "You flatter me, perfected Wang Hua. You've become an alchemy grandmaster after advancing to the core forging stage. Master Lu, why are you making things difficult for the Wang clan this time?" When Taoist Wang Hua saw Lu Ping, he knew that this matter would not end well. It was not just because of Lu Ping's identity as an alchemist. After advancing to the core forging stage, it was no longer a secret that Lu Ping had become an alchemist master. But what really made Taoist Wang Hua afraid was that when Master Lu appeared at the trade fair in Skyrend, he was accompanied by a late core forging stage cultivator. If the Crystal Palace did not stand up for a late core forging stage cultivator, the Wang clan would not offend him in any case. Didn't the owner of the Red Eagle Island say that when we establish our own sect, we must have a foundation? The Wang clan is a big family. Why do you need to fight with us, a rogue cultivator, for this small territory? Taoist Wang Hua would not waste his breath on this matter with Lu Ping. Instead, he said, "I'm afraid that both the Zhang and Li clans are involved in today's matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have coincidentally stopped me here." Lu Ping secretly praised these monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. Each of them was smart and could figure out the cause and effect of the matter with a little thought. But Lu Ping would not be so stupid as to admit these things directly. Some things were like this. It was enough for everyone to know, but it could not be said in the open. Taoist Wang Hua saw that Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. He knew that today's matter would not end until one of them died, so he sneered and said, "If the Zhang and Li clans did not intervene, do you have the confidence to keep me here? I admit that your Excellency's swordsmanship is excellent, but you are only at the 2nd level of the core forging stage. I don't care." This was the reason why Lu Ping refused the help of the boudoir. If an external force intervened in the dispute with the Wang clan, the Crystal Palace would naturally have an excuse to intervene. At that time, the Northern Alliance would not be able to say anything, and the force that Lu Ping managed would become the vanguard or cannon fodder, used by the boudoir to fight against the Crystal Palace. In this way, in order to preserve his force under the oppression of the Crystal Palace, Lu Ping could not do without the help of the boudoir. In this case, Lu Ping's force would eventually be manipulated by the boudoir and become a wedding dress. However, Lu Ping completed the expulsion of the Wang clan from the fallen secret land by himself, which was following the rules of the rise and fall of the forces under the jurisdiction of the Northern Alliance. Not only did the Crystal Palace have no excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Northern Alliance, but the Northern Alliance also hoped to use Lu Ping to erase the pawn of the Crystal Palace in the Northern Alliance, or to weaken its role. Even if the Crystal Palace wanted to deal with Lu Ping, the Northern Alliance had to protect him out of righteousness. Otherwise, the rules made by the Northern Alliance would be ineffective, and they would not be able to restrain other forces. However, the foundation of all this was that Lu Ping could really expel the Wang clan from the fallen secret land with his own efforts. Looking at the arrogant Wang Hua, Lu Ping said with a smile, "How can you know if you don't try?" "What?" Taoist Wang Hua couldn't believe his ears. "Do you really think you can keep me here? You're just a small cultivator who has advanced to the core forging stage for less than 5 years? What a joke! Well, today I will show you the real power of a cultivator who has smelted the spirit objects of heaven and earth." Forest of myriad trees. The mystic wood shield rose slowly and suddenly disappeared in the air. Beams of cyan light fell from the sky. When Qi Lianing and the others were surprised, they heard Lu Ping say seriously, "Watch out." The golden scale sword produced 5 beams of sword light in a row and scattered to the sea under their feet. At this moment, countless seaweeds emerged from the bottom of the sea and entangled under their feet. The golden scale sword slashed horizontally and cut the seaweeds that emerged. However, this was just the beginning. When the golden scale sword flashed, more and more seaweeds emerged from the bottom of the sea and entangled the people. Qi Lianing and the others quickly dodged, only to find that their bodies seemed to have been restricted. The mystic wood shields around them, which had transformed into cyan light, were like walls, isolating them within a certain space. Left with no choice, they had no choice but to use their own means to block the seaweed that was swarming toward them. Although it was easy to block the seaweeds, they seemed to be endless. When they destroyed a wave of seaweeds, more seaweeds emerged from the sea. Wang Hua's complacent laughter could be heard. "You can't even resist one of my magical powers, and you still want to keep me here? What a joke! Maybe I'll leave all of you here to feed the fishes." Wang Hua slapped the mystic wood ruler in his hand and shouted, "Go!" Qi Lianing's facial expression changed abruptly when the dark wooden ruler disappeared into the water. He waved his sleeves in front of him and formed a wall of sleeves. Along with a muffled sound, a huge piece of wood darted out from the swarming seaweed and smashed heavily on Qi Lianing's wall of sleeves. Although Qi Lianing blocked the sudden attack of the huge piece of wood, his face turned pale. Obviously, this was an attack formed by the mystic wood ruler. Qi Lianing obviously could not resist Wang Hua's attack alone. Bang! Another muffled sound was heard. The pestle in Hong Ying's hand was knocked away by the huge piece of wood formed by the mystic wood ruler. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned golden purple. This attack had shaken Hong Ying's newly condensed gold core. When Lu Ping saw that Hong Ying was seriously injured and his foundation was shaken, his expression immediately changed. A green light flickered in his eyes and penetrated the bottom of the sea. Then, as if he had seen something, the green light in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. Lu Ping coldly snorted. The golden scale sword moved freely in the air and slapped away the huge piece of wood that was attacking Qiao Wang. Then he drew a circle in the air and 1296 psychic sword lights flew out from the circle. The golden scale sword was the first to be erected, and the rest of the sword lights followed suit. A single horned sword dragon suddenly formed in the sky, shaking its head and tail in the air. It was very lifelike. Lu Ping pointed to the bottom of the sea. The single-horned sword dragon opened its mouth and let out a long roar, then plunged into the sea. As the sword dragon plunged into the bottom of the seawater immediately became turbulent. The seaweed that had extended out of the sea all retreated back to the bottom of the sea and wrapped around the sword dragon. In an instant, the sea was covered in a thick layer of broken branches and leaves. At that moment, the calm perfected Wang Hua's expression changed. He suddenly heard a clanging sound from the bottom of the sea. The sword serpent that had broken through the entanglement of seaweed easily found the mystic wood ruler's body and directly attacked it. Wang Hua's hand formed a few seals and the mystic wood ruler broke out of the water. The protective light around his body had been torn apart by the sword dragon. Wang Hua's heart ached, but he didn't have time to repair it. He saw a one-horned sword dragon that had lost its tail and more than a dozen sword scales rush out of the sea and collide with the Mystic Wood Ruler again. Wang Hua didn't have time to take back the Mystic Wood Ruler and quickly shouted, "Split!" The Mystic Wood Ruler transformed into 18 huge logs in a row, smashing towards the sword dragon's head. However, the sword dragon's body suddenly disintegrated, turning back into the psychic sword light. Hundreds of sword lights that had been shattered by the Mystic Wood Ruler separated from the golden scale sword again. Then, with the golden scale sword as the main body, the 1,296 psychic sword lights attached to the golden scale sword one after another. The golden scale sword suddenly transformed into a giant sword that was 999 feet wide in the sky. Wang Hua cried out, "Sword is one. Sword spell, how is this possible?" Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were a few miles away, looked at each other again. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Wang Hua quickly took back the Mystic Wood Ruler, but it was too late. Under the giant sword's horizontal slash, the 18 giant pieces of wood were all broken. The Mystic Wood Ruler let out a mournful cry. There was already a big gap on the ruler's body. Without years of nourishment and precious spirit materials to repair it, it would be difficult to recover. Chapter 323. In the cultivation world, there was no such thing as a little divine power. In the eyes of the older cultivators, divine power was a powerful and mysterious spell created by a cultivator relying on his own cultivation, spells, wisdom, realm, comprehension, and all other factors. This kind of spell originated from the cultivator himself and did not rely on external forces. When cultivators found out that they could also cultivate some spells that were not as powerful as divine power, but were not as difficult to cultivate as divine power, they called these spells that relied on external forces as the little divine power, and those that truly relied on oneself were called great divine power. However, in the recent 100 years of cultivation, little divine power was no longer limited to using external forces to cultivate this special method. More and more cultivators called some concept spells that were similar in power to little divine power as little divine power, just like the unity of sword and practice in swordsmanship, the unity of man and nature in spells, and so on. True Essence One Breath Sword Technique. This was a kind of sword technique that could only be used to the greatest extent when one reached unity of sword and practice. When Lu Ping controlled the golden scale sword and combined it with the 1296 psychic sword qi, not only was Wang Hua shocked, even Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were hiding a few miles away to watch the show, were indescribably shocked. This was the highest achievement that could be achieved in swordsmanship, in concept. The unity of sword and practice realm, which was often called the little divine power of swordsmanship, actually appeared on a second-level core forging cultivator. Even in the number 1 sword cultivator sect of East Sea Skyrend, how many cultivators of the same level could achieve such an achievement? Unity of sword and practice was only one step away from achieving great divine power of swordsmanship. In the cultivation world, how many people could achieve great divine power in the core forging stage? And every core forging stage cultivator who achieved great divine power, which one of them was not famous and even became an ancestor in the future? Sword cultivators were famous in the cultivation world for their tyrannical attacks. Among the cultivators of the same level, sword cultivators might not be the strongest, but their destructive power was definitely the first. This was also the biggest reason why Skyren became one of the 5 great sects of East Sea, and even the Crystal Palace did not want to provoke them. Lu Ping's sword was unexpected. Wang Hua never thought that the cultivator in front of him, who was famous for his alchemy, would have such achievements in swordsmanship. Under the attack of Lu Ping's True Essence One Sword Strike, the Mystic Wood Ruler's Myriad Woods forest was instantly disintegrated. Even the Mystic Wood Ruler's body was heavily injured. Lu Ping swung the golden scale sword horizontally, intending to slash apart the Mystic Wood shield's green light that imprisoned Qi Lianing and the others. Perfected Wang Hua was shocked. He did not care about the Dharma treasure in his hand and waved his hand. The green light that filled the sky immediately condensed and formed the Mystic Wood shield again. Just as the green light that imprisoned everyone disappeared, Luan Yu's wood fire immediately followed. When resisting Wang Hua's Myriad Wood forest, Luan Yu, who had the wood fire, had the easiest time. However, among the 3 fire seeds needed by Luan Yu's wood fire, one of them was not a natural oddity. Although the other 2 fire seeds were natural oddities, They were not very powerful. Therefore, in the face of Wang Hua's wood fire, whose cultivation was much higher than his, Luan Yu's wood fire could only protect himself, but could not break Wang Hua's myriad wood forest. However, after Lu Ping broke Wang Hua's wood forest, Luan Yu was the first to recover and attack Wang Hua. At this time, Wang Hua's mind was shaken because his natal magic treasure was severely damaged, and his genuine essence was in turmoil. When Luan Yu's wood fire came, Wang Hua had no choice but to use the mysterious wood shield again to block the wood fire. Before Taoist Wang Hua could activate his true essence to shake off Luan Yu's wood fire, Qiao Weiying suddenly appeared behind Taoist Wang Hua and stabbed 2 daggers behind him. A layer of emerald green light appeared, and Wang Hua once again activated the protective small divine power, Sunluo Wall, to block Qiao Weiying's 2 magic daggers. Just as Taoist Wang Hua resisted Qiao Weiying's surprise attack and calmed down the turbulent qi in his body, his face suddenly changed. He saw that the light green protective magical power that was originally made by Qiao Weiying's 2 daggers was torn apart. Taoist Wang Hua instinctively felt that something was wrong. The escape light under his feet flashed, and he wanted to leave. However, he was still a step too late. Blood splattered, and there was a half-foot-long wound on Taoist Wang Hua's waist. A blue sword shadow flashed and disappeared. Invisible swordsmanship? Wang Hua looked at Lu Ping not far away in surprise. Not only Wang Hua, but Zhang Feng and Li Maolin also looked solemn. Lu Ping had shocked them too much. Lu Ping shook his head regretfully. The Water Seer sword was only a top-grade magic weapon after all. Although it was strengthened by the invisible water and the invisible sword technique, as well as Lu Ping's swordsmanship attainments, the power of the Water Seer sword was doubled, and it injured Wang Hua in one blow. However, if the Water Seer sword was a magic flying sword, Lu Ping was sure that he could injure Wang Hua seriously. Unfortunately, the Water Seer sword was only an ordinary top-grade magic weapon. If he wanted to have the foundation to advance to a magic weapon, Lu Ping would have to find some second-class water attribute spiritual materials and above to reforge it. Good. I didn't think that you puny cultivators would actually be able to force me to such a state. No wonder you dared to ambush me on my way here. I have indeed underestimated you. But if you think that you can make me stay here like this, you're still far from it. Wang Hua casually stopped the wound on his waist, and at the same time resisted the attacks of Lu Ping, Qiao Weiying, and Luan Yu. He looked at Lu Ping and the others with a ruthless expression. Hong Ying had been seriously injured by Wang Hua's forest of 10,000 trees, and his foundation was almost shaken. If it were not for the healing elixirs refined by Yu Zhongrui and Lu Ping, his cultivation would have been reduced to the core forging stage. Although Qi Lianying was not weaker than Hong Ying, he was also seriously injured by that attack, and he was forced to retreat from the fighting range with Hong Ying. Lu Ping, Luan Yu, and Qiao Weiying surrounded Wang Hua and fought. Wang Hua was confident that he had a high cultivation base, so he was not afraid of a battle of attrition. However, Wang Hua saw Qiao Weiying take out a white jade-like elixir and swallow it, and a moment later, Luan Yu did the same. Only Lu Ping's genuine essence was so strong that he was not afraid of consuming his genuine essence, even after using a powerful sword technique, like the genuine essence one sword qi. Wang Hua suddenly remembered that Lu Ping was an alchemy grandmaster. In such a life-and-death battle, how could his opponents not have elixirs that could restore genuine essence? Wang Hua suddenly felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Although he also had 1 or 2 elixirs that could restore genuine essence, those were used to save his life. He was not like the 3 people in front of him, who were determined to use these precious elixirs to fight a battle of attrition. In fact, Wang Hua did not know that Lu Ping was not the only alchemy grandmaster in front of him. When Luan Yu was in the blood condensation realm, his alchemy skills were even better than Lu Ping's. After advancing to the core forging realm, he naturally became an alchemy grandmaster as well. However, after advancing to the core forging realm, Luan Yu changed his appearance and looked very different from the long-necked youth. Wang Hua did not recognize him. The more Wang Hua fought, the more worried he became. If this continued, the one who would be exhausted would be himself, a mid-stage core forging realm cultivator. He did not know where Lu Jiu found these cultivators. They were only at the first level of the core forging realm, but except for Hong Ying, the other 3 were far stronger than cultivators of the same level. Lu Jiu was even more monstrous. Most of his attacks were blocked by him, and his true strength seemed to be able to compete with him. How was this possible? Wang Hua did not want to believe it. However, his intuition clearly told him that Lu Jiu had not even used his full strength. He still had some tricks up his sleeves. Since he was afraid, he decided to leave. Well, since I can't do anything to you minor repairs today, I will leave first. In the future, when the 3 mid-stage core forging realm masters of the Wang family gather, we will definitely wipe you all out. There was also the Zhang family and the Li family. These 2 families would definitely be involved in today's matter. The Crystal Palace might not be able to directly intervene because of the Northern Alliance, but the Crystal Palace had many ways to punish small families like the Zhang family and the Li family. Wang Hua made up his mind. The mystic wood shield suddenly expanded, covering him firmly. He rushed straight towards Qiao Wang. The mystic wood ruler attacked 3 times in a row at Lu Ping and the other 2 people. Qiao Wang was forced to retreat again and again. Lu Ping and Luan Yu hurried forward to resist together. At this moment, Wang Hua suddenly retreated. The conveyance light flashed under his feet and he was about to escape. Not good, he wants to escape. Qiao Wang did not dodge perfected Wang Hua's attack. She swung her hands and the 2 daggers flew out of her hands. They drew a semicircle in the air and blocked perfected Wang Hua's path of retreat. Qiao Wang's protective upstanding qi had not become a small supernatural power yet. She was seriously injured by Wang Hua's attack and vomited blood. The 2 daggers were also knocked away by the mystic wood shield, but she still managed to block Wang Hua. At this moment, 2 crystal clear jade bracelets suddenly flew out of Lu Ping's hands. The 2 jade bracelets caught up with Wang Hua's flying figure in the air. Then they quickly expanded and flew towards Wang Hua. Wang Hua placed the mystic wood shield on top of his head, and the mystic wood ruler down. A sea forest quickly appeared. Wang Hua flashed and disappeared in the forest. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed. One of the jade bracelets grew again and covered the whole forest. A black flame suddenly wrapped the jade bracelets. The whole forest was suddenly surrounded by a sea of fire and turned into ashes. This is black prison poisonous fire? Luan Yu recognized this kind of flame at a glance. She did not care about showing her envy. Suddenly, a green light lit up in the sea of fire and rushed out of the forest to escape. Lu Ping sneered and the other jade ring clanged loudly. An ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. The green light smashed through the ice wall, but its surface was covered in a layer of ice, so it had no choice but to slow down. The fire ring caught up with it again and the raging poisonous fire encircled the green light. The green light suddenly expanded and the layer of ice armor wrapped around the green light cracked. The flying speed increased again. However, Lu Ping did not give it a chance. The ice ring had already appeared under the green light. The cold ice climbed up, and the poisonous fire spewed down. The 2 suddenly met, and there was a loud bang all around. The green escape light was finally broken by the poisonous fire and cold ice. Perfected Wang Hua staggered out, and the ring of ice and fire shrank rapidly, and wrapped around perfected Wang Hua. Chapter 324. Taoist Wang Hua's expression changed dramatically. He held the profound wood shield above his head, while the profound wood ruler struck at the jade bracelet. A dark blue sword silhouette appeared once again and knocked the profound wood ruler away. However, the water nether sword itself trembled slightly. The profound wood ruler was a magic treasure that had condensed 3 restrictions, after all. Even though the water nether sword had caught it off guard, cracks still appeared on its body. The ice and fire bracelets took the opportunity to fall, trapping Taoist Wang Hua in the middle. Taoist Wang Hua's expression changed again. The blue light from the profound wood shield suddenly intensified, blocking the ice and fire bracelets. Taoist Wang Hua had underestimated the power of the ice and fire bracelets. Each ice and fire bracelets only had 1 treasure restriction, but when they were combined, their power was no less than that of a magic treasure with 3 treasure restrictions. Moreover, in order to fully display the power of the ice and fire bracelets, Lu Ping had condensed 2 heaven and earth mysterious treasures, the dark prism poisonous fire and the true ice water, into the ice and fire bracelets, increasing their power. The ice and fire bracelets tightened and the green light from the profound wood bracelets resisted. With a creaking sound, the 2 were in a deadlock. Even if the ice and fire bracelets had a magical effect, How could Lu Jiu's true essence compete with Daoist Wang Hua's cultivation of the fourth stage of core forging? However, in reality, Lu Ping was in a deadlock with Daoist Wang Hua. How could Daoist Wang Hua believe this? Now enlightened Master Wang Hua finally believed that Lu Ping and the others weren't daydreaming when they ambushed a cultivator whose cultivation base far surpassed theirs. They really did have the strength to do so. Daoist Wang Hua finally panicked. Daoist Wang Hua spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly made a few hand signs. The profound wood shield that was bound finally shone with a green light and slowly opened the ice and fire bracelets. However, Lu Ping didn't panic. He formed a different hand seal with each hand, and the ice and fire bracelets ignited with black flames, while the ice and fire bracelets emitted a misty white aura. The ice and fire bracelets blocked the expansion of the azure light. Daoist Wang Hua suddenly felt a burst of heat, directly burning the blue light of the mysterious wood shield into nothingness. His own Zhen Yuan seemed to have directly become the fuel for the dark prism poison fire. At the same time, a feeling of weakness and aging directly acted on his body through his Zhen Yuan. Not good, this black flame is poisonous. Perfected Wang Hua was shocked. The true essence in his body surged, trying to expel the true essence that was affected by the dark prison poisonous fire. However, what made perfected Wang Hua despair again was that a cold air penetrated his lungs. The true essence in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. No matter how perfected Wang Hua urged it, the true essence was like an exhausted old man, moving like a snail. In just a moment, in front of Wang Hua's desperate eyes, the hellfire poison penetrated the core space along with the true essence in Wang Hua's body, while the true ice water froze Wang Hua into an ice block from the outside to the inside. The blue light of the mysterious wood shield was broken by the ice and fire bracelets, and then perfected Wang Hua's body was also frozen by the bracelets. A golden pill with 4 runes on its surface sprang out of the ice. Before it could fly more than 10 feet away, a huge sailor suddenly rose from the sea and grabbed the golden pill. Lu Ping's divine sense was like a torrent, instantly rushing into the golden pill and destroying perfected Wang Hua's divine sense contained in the golden pill. Cultivators in the core forging stage began to fuse their divine sense into the golden pill. The golden pill was the condensation of the cultivator's cultivation essence. Therefore, the golden pill could be said to be the cultivator's second life. If the cultivator's body was destroyed, the cultivator could even use the golden pill and the divine sense contained in it to reincarnate. This method was called possession in the cultivation world. However, the golden pill could not fuse all the cultivator's divine sense into it. Therefore, there were always various shackles in the possession of the golden pill. Not only was it extremely difficult to succeed, but even if it succeeded, it was almost impossible for the cultivator to achieve anything after the possession unless the cultivator could go further and fuse all the divine sense into the golden pill. Because the divine sense was the final fusion of the cultivator's cultivation and divine sense, the divine sense even had the magical power to exist without the body. Lu Ping reached out and retrieved a storage bracelet from the ice shards. Then, he picked up the broken wooden shield and the mystic wood ruler that was floating on the surface of the sea. He turned around and looked at Luan Yu and Xiao Weiing behind him. Both of them were dumbfounded. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Let's go. Wang Hua is dead. The Wang family's forces in the fallen secret land are no longer a threat. However, we still need to plan for a while. After all, the Wang family's strength is still there. We still need to guard against their counterattack. Songling Island should have been conquered by now. There is a small spirit vein there that is suitable for everyone to recuperate and cultivate." Luan Yu and the others nodded and flew towards Songling Island with the injured Hong Ying and Qi Lianying. Lu Ping turned around and cupped his hands towards the sky above the sea in the east, then turned around and left. A moment later, 2 middle-aged cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea in the east. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, the 2 enlightened masters who had been hiding. "He already knew that we were waiting?" Zhang Feng asked in surprise. Li Maolin smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid so." Zhang Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said, "Brother Li, you have just advanced to the mid-core forging realm. If Brother Li encountered Wang Hua today, what are your chances of winning?" Li Maolin was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid there is only a slim chance of survival, unless I escape when Lu Jiu appears. Zhang Feng looked at Li Maolin in a daze. Li Maolin's face was calm, without the slightest embarrassment. After a while, Zhang Feng said, Brother Li is straightforward, but I don't know if Brother Li has noticed. What? Li Maolin was confused when he saw that Zhang Feng was keeping him in suspense. Lifebound magic treasure or lifebound magic treasure. Although alchemist Lu Jiu used 3 magic treasures, 1 sword, 2 rings and an invisible flying sword, they are not his lifebound magic treasures. How can a second-layer core forging cultivator not have a lifebound magic treasure? But he didn't use it. What does this mean? This time it was Li Maolin's turn to be stunned. After a long time, Li Maolin took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid the Wang clan won't be able to gain any advantage this time. The battle on Songling Island was nearing its end. Under the surprise attack of more than 100 cultivators from Hearing Waves Island, the Wang clan, without the protection of the island's protective array and the core forging realm enlightened masters, suffered heavy casualties. Out of the 50 to 60 Wang clan cultivators on Songling Island, only 40 to 50 corpses remained. Some of them even fled towards the depths of the fallen secret land. Lu Ping returned to Songling Island first. On the island inside enlightened Master Wang Hua's cave abode, the Samling hid in the shadows. When Lu Ping entered the cave abode, he saw the corpses of 9 Wang clan cultivators lying on the ground. These cultivators were all in the late blood condensation realm. Clearly, they were the Wang clan's elite disciples. When they sensed that the island's protective array had been destroyed, they immediately came to investigate and were ambushed by the Samling. The Samling were now at the peak of the blood condensation realm. It was hard to find a match among cultivators in the same realm as them. Moreover, they ambushed the Wang clan cultivators. How could they be a match for the Samling? Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, the Samling transformed into a boy with a human body and a snake tail. They greeted Lu Ping with a smile while bragging about how many enemies they had defeated. Naturally, Lu Ping had to praise them. In the end, he even rewarded each of them with a bottle of the honey pills he had concocted using amethyst honey as the main ingredient. Debeo appeared out of nowhere with more than a dozen storage pouches hanging around his neck. When he saw Lu Ping handing out the honey pills, he immediately recalled the smell of these pills. He hurriedly ran forward to show off his achievements, hoping to snatch a few from Lu Ping. However, when Lu Ping saw him, he directly gave him a few condensed blood pearls. These were specially bought by Lu Ping in Qinyuan City for Debeo. He instructed him to go into closed-door cultivation after he returned and only come out when he had advanced to the late blood condensation realm. After that, Lu Ping even tore off the storage pouches hanging around Debeo's neck, causing the Samling to giggle at Debeo. By the time Luan Yu and the rest returned, Lu Ping had already sent the Samling back to the House of Gold. It was best to keep the information about the green sea snake to himself. After settling Hong Ying and the rest down to recuperate, Yi Buqi, Wu Yan, and the rest also rushed to the cave abode. They reported to Lu Ping that Songling Island had completely fallen into their hands. They also reported to Lu Ping about the number of casualties on Songling Island. Lu Ping then ordered his men to reward each Listening Waves Island cultivator who participated in the battle with 500 spirit stones. The injured cultivators would receive a bottle of healing medicinal pellets and a bottle of cultivation medicinal pellets. The fallen cultivators would be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones and 2 bottles of cultivation medicinal pellets. The deceased cultivators would also be given compensation to their families. Listening Waves Island would be responsible for taking care of their descendants. After Lu Ping's reward, all the cultivators cheered loudly. Their morale was greatly boosted. But the spirit stones in Lu Ping's hands had shrunk by 70,000 to 80,000. Half of the cultivation pills that Yu Zhongrui had accumulated over the years had also been used up. Lu Ping ordered Hong Ying's 4 Vajras and Yi Buqi's 5 brothers to be the island masters of the 9 outer islands. These 9 people were all at least in the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Each of them had a late blood condensation realm cultivator as their assistant, and 10 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators to manage the islands. The rest of the cultivators were gathered on Songling Island by Lu Ping. There were only a dozen late blood condensation realm cultivators and 30 to 40 mid-blood condensation realm cultivators left. Lu Ping ordered them to set up defenses around the island and patrol the nearby seas. The battle between Lu Ping and the Wang family had just begun. Killing enlightened Wang Hua was just the beginning. Lu Ping couldn't afford to be careless. However, what Lu Ping didn't know was that a few of the Wang family's cultivators survived. Zhang Feng and Li Maolin didn't seem to have any reason to hide the fact that Lu Ping and the others had worked together to kill enlightened Wang Hua. The news of Wang Hua's death and the Wang family's expulsion from the fallen mystic realm spread like wildfire in the Northern Alliance. At the same time, for first-layer core forging realm cultivators and one second-layer core forging realm cultivator dared to kill a mid-core forging realm cultivator. What was even more unbelievable was that they succeeded. Alchemy Master Lu Jiu, Scarlet Shadow Island Master Hong Ying, Black Mountain Gang's young Master Qiao Weiying, the mysterious beautiful Enlightened Master, and the mysterious young Enlightened Master. These 5 people suddenly became famous in the Northern Alliance. Chapter 325. Lu Ping gave the orders and everyone went back to work, except for Yi Buqi. The two of them had a secret discussion in the cave dwelling for 2 hours before Yi Buqi left with an excited look on his face. At this time, Lu Ping walked out of the cave residence and said to an empty place, "Come out. There is no one else here." A black figure suddenly appeared beside a big stone. Chu Ting looked even more valiant in her black nocturnal Taoist robe. Chu Ting looked at Lu Ping's eyes in surprise and said, "Is this the true pupils of 3 pure that you are practicing? I haven't mastered it yet, but you can see through my hidden celestial device. It seems that I also need to practice a kind of magical power that can see through falsehood." Lu Ping didn't answer her. Instead, he asked directly, "This action of expelling the Wang family is an indirect action that I helped your boudoir to deal with the Crystal Palace. According to the agreement, did you bring the tactical matrix plate?" Seeing that Lu Ping was serious, Chu Ting didn't say more. She took out a large jade plate with a radius of 1 meter from her storage celestial device and handed it to Lu Ping. She said, "If you want, this tactical matrix plate is a gift from my boudoir. You can take it and use it." Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "No need. I expelled the Wang family from the fallen secret land just to establish a foundation for myself in the East Sea. The cooperation with the boudoir to deal with the Crystal Palace is just a convenience. What's more, the boudoir has promised to help me establish a foothold for the force I run. After dealing with the senior officials of the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace, we are even this time. As for the tactical matrix plate, I will pay you back with enough elixirs. If I give it to you for free, you don't have to say any more." Chu Ting didn't want to give up and said, "Having a territory is not enough to build a force. If you have the support of the boudoir, your force can not only be consolidated quickly, but also grow steadily. But the prerequisite is that this force must be personally controlled by me, and no one else is allowed to interfere." Lu Ping interrupted Chu Ting's persuasion without hesitation. Then, he raised the formation plate in his hand and said, "Of course, if it's such a mutually beneficial and fair transaction, I'm still willing to do it. No matter what, I'm still very kind to the boudoir." Chu Ting watched as Lu Ping's eyes wandered. The expression on her face kept changing. No one knew what she was thinking. It was then that Wu Yan, who was far away, led tens of cultivators over. Seeing that, Chu Ting's face turned resolute. Taking 2 steps forward, she disappeared from sight. Not long after Wu Yan and the rest entered the cave abode, they each held something in their hands and flew off in different directions of Congling Island. Just as Chu Ting left Congling Island, Lu Ping inserted the 18 high-quality spirit stones and 108 medium-quality spirit stones into the formation plate. The formation plate in the cave abode vibrated, resonating with the surroundings of Congling Island. Then, a ray of blue light shot from the center of Congling Island into the sky. Then, like a giant umbrella opening, it enveloped the entire Congling Island. Faint cheers came from Congling Island. Chu Ting turned to look at the island's protective array and flew off. In an instant, she disappeared into the darkening sea. In the cave abode, Lu Ping sensed that Chu Ting had left. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Then, he went to a cultivation room in the cave abode to recover his true yuan. The 5 mini-spiritual veins on Hearing Waves Island had been moved over, increasing the size of the spiritual veins on Congling Island by half. Lu Ping had originally planned to leave one on each of the mini-islands. However, there were not enough on the 9 mini-islands. Thus, Lu Ping moved the spiritual veins here, and set a rule for the 9 island masters to take turns using the spiritual veins to cultivate. The next day, with the help of Debao, Wu Yan found and counted all the spoils left by the Wang family on Songling Island. On Songling Island, there was 1 mini spiritual vein and 37 places where spiritual energy gathered. Among them, there were 28 spiritual fields with a total of 60 mu. There were 5 spiritual herb gardens with a total of 9 mu. Most of them were 500-year-old spiritual herbs. The remaining 4 gardens were high-tier spiritual vine gardens with 6,800-year-old vines. There was also a high-tier spiritual tea garden that produced half a gene of high-tier spiritual tea every month. There was also a high-tier spiritual wood garden with a total of 59 high-tier spiritual trees. There was also a peak-tier spiritual bamboo garden with 35 stalks of peak-tier wind-singing bamboos. In addition, there was a mini spiritual mine on Songling Island that produced about 80 pieces of spiritual stones a day. There was also a high-tier jadestone mine and a mid-tier mudstone mine. When Lu Ping heard about the spoils of Songling Island, he sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder all the factions in the Eastern Sea liked to establish their own territories in the fallen secret region. Even sects like Jinling had traveled thousands of miles to establish their own territories in the fallen secret region. With such rich cultivation resources, even if there was a mini spiritual vein on a small island, it would already be considered good if the resources available were only half of what Songling Island had. When Qiao Weiying, Hong Ying, and Qi Lianying heard about the spoils of Songling Island, they were all in disbelief. Their faces were filled with excitement. They felt that they had definitely made a profit from this adventure. Only Luan Yu did not pay much attention to this. He only looked at the excited faces of the others and laughed. Lu Ping, on the other hand, knew that the wealthier these clans were, the more the Wang clan wouldn't give up, and the more likely they would fight back. However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud at this time to spoil everyone's mood. Besides, such a trivial matter didn't require him to remind them. Other than that, there were the storage pouches of the Wang family's cultivators. Other than the spiritual herbs which were all collected by Lu Ping, the rest of the items were not of interest to them. A portion was used by Wu Yan, and the rest was distributed to the cultivators under her. Wu Yan was in charge of this, and Lu Ping was too lazy to care about it. What Lu Ping and the others were interested in was the storage bracelet of enlightened Wang Hua. Since there was no such thing as a secret vault on Songling Island, everything was naturally carried by enlightened Wang Hua, who had the highest cultivation. First was Wang Hua's natal magic treasure, the Mystic Wood Ruler and the Mystic Wood Shield that had been condensed with 3 treasure seals. This set of magic treasures, one for offense and the other for defense, complemented each other even more mysteriously, and could even perform the forest of 10,000 trees, small supernatural power. Luan Yu had long coveted these 2 items. He had the body of a wood luan, so the Blackwood treasure could also display its power in his hands. Moreover, after Luan Yu entered the core forging stage, he still did not have a suitable treasure. Therefore, Lu Ping left the Blackwood shield and Blackwood ruler to Luan Yu. Cultivation techniques and minor techniques were always beneficial to a faction. Unfortunately, Lu Ping did not find enlightened Wang Hua's cultivation technique and the myriad wood forest minor technique in the storage bracelet. However, there was the cultivation technique for enlightened Wang Hua's defensive minor technique, Sunlua Wall. Seeing that Luan Yu was not interested in it, Lu Ping knew that he had already cultivated other minor techniques, so he kept the jade slips. There were also some jade slips. Although the contents were not of interest to Lu Ping and the rest, they were still useful to the blood condensation cultivators under them. Lu Ping ordered Wu Yan to store these jade slips and open up a cave abode for his subordinates to read. These jade slips were the foundation of their faction. There was a fist-sized silver astral stone. This was a mutated, second-grade metal-attributed spiritual material. Qiao Weiying smiled and took it. His natal magic treasure was a pair of daggers. With this silver astral stone, the quality of his daggers would rise to a higher level. There was also a magic treasure, the fire pearl. However, this magic treasure was not high quality. It barely condensed a treasure restriction inside, and had almost no possibility of improving it in the future. Naturally, its power would not be high. Enlightened Wang Hua did not use it in battle. It was probably because the attribute was not compatible. However, it was still a magic treasure, and its power was much stronger than a top-grade magic treasure. Hong Ying had just advanced to the core forging realm and cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. The pestle in his hand was lent to him by Lu Ping. With the fire bead in his hands, he could unleash a lot of its power. Hong Ying was a rogue cultivator. Before he was subdued by Lu Ping, becoming a core forging enlightened master was something he didn't even dare to think about. In the ambush against enlightened Wang Hua, he contributed the least, but he still received a magic treasure. How could Hong Ying not be ecstatic? Wu Yan was the only blood condensation realm cultivator in the cultivation room. After Yi Buqi's private talk with Lu Ping yesterday, he went into seclusion in one of the cultivation rooms in the spirit vein. Wu Yan didn't even need to think to know that Lu Ping was trying to help Yi Buqi become a core forging enlightened master. Looking at Hong Ying's excited face, how could Wu Yan not be envious? At that moment, he heard Lu Ping say, "You don't have to be envious of them. The cultivation technique they gave you is a relatively complete inheritance. I've already asked you Zhang Rui to prepare the essence expanding pill and the 7-step marked pill for you. You can consume them after you advance to the peak of the blood condensation realm. At that time you will have a high chance of becoming a core forging enlightened master. However, you must be careful when you supplement your bloodline for the 3rd time. Do not use other bloodlines or bloodlines of different attributes." After hearing Lu Ping's explanation, how could Wu Yan not be grateful? He was weak by nature and wasn't good at fighting. If he hadn't followed Lu Ping before Hong Ying and Yi Buqi, and if he hadn't been diligent in handling the trivial matters that Lu Ping didn't care about, he wouldn't be where he was today. After listening to Lu Ping's instructions, how could Wu Yan not be grateful? He was cowardly and not good at fighting. If he didn't follow Lu Ping before Hong Ying and Yi Buqi, and if he didn't take care of those trivial matters that Lu Ping didn't care about, he wouldn't be where he is today. So it's 2 enchantments. One of them is of the fire attribute. Hong Ying, your lifebound artifact has finally been upgraded to a magic treasure. However, that lifebound artifact of yours is too weak. Whether or not it can be refined into a magic treasure is another matter. A treasure restriction was a good thing. Even if they didn't need it, they still had to engrave it so that they could use it to exchange for things they needed in the future. The jade slip that recorded the minor ability, San Luobai, was the same. A treasure restriction was of the water attribute. However, it wasn't suitable for Lu Ping to use. This treasure restriction was mainly used to bind, lock, and bind. It was very suitable for Qi Lianying's water sleeves. The other jade scroll was a water elemental enchantment treasure, but it wasn't suitable for Lu Ping's usage. The enchantment treasure mainly focused on binding, locking, and binding, but it was more suitable for Qi Lianying's water sleeves. Chapter 326. The good things in Wang Hua's storage artifact were almost divided up by everyone. What was left were mostly some spirit grasses and spirit materials. Many of these things were the specialties of Tsongling Island. It seemed that Wang Hua had indeed put all the harvest on Tsongling Island into his own storage artifact. Lu Ping picked out more than 100,000-year-old spirit grasses. These were the collection of Wang Hua for many years. He told Wu Yan to give the rest of the spirit grasses to Yu Zhongrui. He told Yu Zhongrui to store the spirit materials for storage. 2 bottles of core forging stage cultivation dawn were actually good things. Core forging stage dawn were already in short supply. Even though there were 2 alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation room, they couldn't make bricks without straw. The dawn were divided between Hong Ying and Luan Yu since their cultivations were the lowest. Lu Ping also found a pill recipe called the Easternwood pill. It was a kind of cultivation pill that was only used in the middle stage of the core forging stage. This was a pleasant surprise. What Lu Ping lacked now was a pill recipe for the core forging stage. There were about 500,000 spirit stones inside. Lu Ping had once plundered a mid-sized spirit vein and obtained 3 million spirit stones. Although he had been extravagant and spent a lot of spirit stones in the past few years, he didn't really care about the 500,000 spirit stones. He only gave a few high-grade spirit stones to Luan Yu and left the rest to Wu Yan to take care of. On the 3rd day, Yu Zhongrui found Lu Ping. "Have you really decided to do this?" Lu Ping hesitantly looked at Yu Zhongrui, who had a calm face in front of him. Yes, during this time I have tried several methods, whether it was the essence expanding pill, the meridian strengthening pill, the pure blood pill, the 7-step mark pill, the enchanting thought pill, or the other pills that I have mastered that can help me break through to the core forging stage. However, there was no change in my cultivation. If I don't use these methods, I'm afraid that I will end up like my master, waiting for my lifespan to run out. Lu Ping's expression turned solemn as he said, "In the cultivation world, there are countless alchemy recipes and countless extraordinary people. Maybe there are medicinal pellets or other methods that can help you improve your cultivation. If you use such a secret technique, although you can enter the core forging realm and become a grandmaster alchemist with your alchemy skills, your cultivation base is ultimately not your own. Not only will your strength be low, but you will also never be able to improve your cultivation base. As an alchemy master, my strength is low. So what if I become the lowest existence among the core forging stage? Not to mention that I have an extra 200 or 300 years of life, right?" Seeing that Yu Zhongrui had made up his mind, Lu Ping knew it was useless to try to persuade him otherwise. So, he took out a jade box from his interspatial ring and opened it. Inside the box was a golden pellet with 4 patterns carved on its surface. It was enlightened Master Wang Hua's golden pellet. Yu Zhongrui saw that Lu Ping was a little hesitant, so he directly took the jade box from his hand and said with a smile, "You don't seem to be a stingy person. What's wrong? Don't worry, I'll stay under you for another 10 years. I'll use a 4th stage core forging stage golden pill to exchange for an alchemy grandmaster for 10 years. No matter what, you've made a profit." Lu Ping smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yu Zhongrui had already walked quickly into another cultivation room in the cave mansion. Yu Zhongrui's cultivation had reached the peak of the blood condensation realm because of the alchemy inheritance he received and the mistakes he made in his cultivation. This was also the reason why Yu Zhongrui became narrow-minded and could not tolerate outstanding alchemists in the blood condensation realm. In the end, he lost to Lu Ping in the cauldron-smashing agreement and became a servant for 10 years. In the end, it was just a fight between Lu Ping and Yu Zhongrui. In the end, Lu Ping won by a narrow margin. Now that he thought about it, he was too arrogant at that time and lacked modesty. The secret technique that Yu Zhongrui used was called the pill marriage secret technique. It relied on a core forging stage cultivator's golden pill and fused it into the space in his heart, allowing his cultivation to reach the core forging stage with the help of the golden pill. This was a shortcut. Although it was fast, it cut off the cultivator's hope of advancing further. No matter how high the golden pill was, the cultivator's cultivation could only stay at the early stage of the core forging stage for the rest of his life. Moreover, because the golden pill was not condensed from the cultivator's true essence, it was difficult for the cultivator to exert even a tenth of their strength in a fight. In fact, the cultivator was at the bottom of the core forging stage. It was also the last resort for blood condensation cultivators when their lifespans were exhausted, and they had no hope of reaching the core forging stage. Lu Ping sighed and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now there were 2 things he had to do. One was to refine a batch of pills for the core forging stage. This was the deal Lu Ping made with the boudoir. Chu Ting had given the spiritual herbs to Lu Ping when she delivered the formation disc for the island's protective formation. With such a huge secret force like the boudoir, how could it not have a pill refiner? Putting everything else aside, Perfected Plum, who was closely related to the sect, seemed to be a pill refiner grandmaster. However, Perfected Plum seemed to have reached the critical moment of reaching the Dharma manifestation stage, so she naturally wouldn't make a move. Even Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's hurried departure from Silver Sword Island seemed to have something to do with this. Could it be to protect Perfected Plum? But why did Perfected Plum only trust Uncle Master Liang Xianfeng for such a huge force like the boudoir? Could it be that she didn't even trust her own force and would rather trust an outsider? Or could it be that the boudoir, a huge hidden force in the East Sea, actually had many internal factions, so Perfected Plum had no choice but to rely on external forces? Thinking of the Zhongxian's cave when the cultivators of the boudoir ambushed the cultivators of the Crystal Palace, one of the perfected cultivators surnamed Jiang seemed to have something to say to Chu Ting and Perfected Plum. Lu Ping was even more certain. If this was the case, it made sense for Chu Ting to borrow his hands to refine pills. She was cultivating the power of her own faction. Although Chu Ting was also an alchemy grandmaster, She was the master of the boudoir, or the 24 pavilions. Not only was she busy, but there were also countless eyes secretly watching her, handing over the alchemy to an outsider, and then secretly strengthening the power of her faction. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Ping's alchemy skills were far above hers. Secondly, they had to guard against the counterattack of the cultivators of the Wang family. Perfected Wang Hua was one of the only 3 mid-stage core forging cultivators in the Wang family. The moment he died, the Wang family already knew. However, the distance between the fallen secret land and the San family island was so long that even a core forging cultivator would need 3 to 5 days to get there. Moreover, if the cultivators of the Wang family were normal, they would never rush to the fallen secret land so rashly. If they could kill a mid-stage core forging cultivator, they could naturally kill a second and a third. Before the Wang family figured out what happened in the fallen secret land, they would never take further action. However, when they figured out what happened, the constraints of the Northern Alliance and the boudoir would make the Wang family and the Crystal Palace hesitant to take action. What's more, Lu Ping had already reconstructed the island's defensive array formation. With the defensive array formation carefully chosen by Lu Ping, even if the Wang clan's 2 mid-core forging realm cultivators attacked at the same time, Lu Ping and the others were confident that they would be able to fend them off. To put it bluntly, Lu Ping was also gambling. However, he came to the East Sea alone, so even if he failed, he would not lose anything. If he succeeded, he would have established his own foundation. Of course, this foundation would still be managed by Hong Ying and the other 2. After all, Lu Ping was not born in the East Sea, so he would have to return to the North Sea in the future. Moreover, Chu Ting and Zhu Xianmeng also knew some details about Lu Ping. Although their teacher, the mysterious immortal Plum, was inextricably linked to Jinling, Lu Ping would not pin his hopes on others to keep his secrets. Moreover, the person who had a close relationship with Jinling was immortal Plum, not her disciple. At least, Chu Ting and Lu Ping were scheming against each other for the sake of the boudoir. She was trying her best to win over Lu Ping. Lu Ping gave a part of the spirit herbs that Chu Ting gave to Luan Yu. Luan Yu could not wait to test her alchemy skills after advancing to the core forging stage. Although the spirit herb garden in the space of the Golden House was handed over by Lu Ping to Luan Yu to manage, the small mountain was still a forbidden area for Lu Ping. Lu Ping had too many secrets, so Luan Yu decided to follow him. Moreover, it was because of the need to manage the spirit herb garden that Lu Ping disclosed many of the secrets of the Golden House to Luan Yu. However, this did not mean that Lu Ping had to disclose all of his secrets. At the very least, treasures like the Nachuan cauldron, the 12 gentian beads, the profound heavy water, and the 9th grade white jade lotus were things that Lu Ping could not tell anyone except for himself. After Lu Ping's cultivation reached the 2nd stage of the core forging stage, there was a significant improvement in all aspects. Naturally, his alchemy skills had also improved correspondingly. Since he was concocting pellets for someone else, Lu Ping naturally didn't want to use a precious treasure like the purple crystal royal jelly, or a high-grade spirit stone to cast spirit explosion art. He also wouldn't use a 2nd-grade wood element spirit material as charcoal to fuel the azure spirit fire. However, even so, Lu Ping had the experience of refining the Bell Cauldron pill, a pill that was half a step into the transcendent stage. Although it was a fluke, Lu Ping almost died from exhaustion from refining the Bell Cauldron pill, and his years of accumulation was also wasted. However, this experience was undoubtedly extremely valuable to an alchemist. When Lu Ping was concocting blood condensation realm medicinal pellets, he could easily achieve a 100% success rate. Even when he was concocting early core forging realm medicinal pellets, he could still easily maintain a 50% success rate. This was because Lu Ping had just advanced to the core forging realm, and he had to use all of his skills to concoct golden marrow pellets. However, Lu Ping was still doing his best to improve his alchemy skills. After all, Lu Ping's cultivation had already reached the 2nd stage of the core forging stage, which was the time when the heart forging pill would come into play. However, the heart forging pill was a higher grade pill than the Bell Cauldron pill, and it was a pill that was half a step into the transcendent stage. However, this kind of pill was something that Lu Ping would definitely not let others refine. In the eyes of any force, the heart-forging pill was an existence that defied the natural order. If news of this pill were to be leaked, the cultivation world would inevitably be in a bloodbath. Lu Ping would be the first unlucky person to be exposed. This was also why the Liao family of the North Sea did not dare to leak the news of the heart-forging pill. It was also why Liao who risked his life to enter the Golden Fallen Valley to find the remains of his grandfather, Liao Ding. Chapter 327. The concoction of the Bell Cauldron pill required 5 types of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, these spiritual herbs were the most common among the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Their medicinal effects were not that valuable. On the other hand, the forging heart pill required 3 types of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs: 9-fold grass, 7 battle flowers, and yin-yang branches. Each of them was extremely valuable among the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Hence, the difficulty of concocting the forging heart pill was even higher than the Bell Cauldron pill. Fortunately, Lu Ping had already found the 9-fold grass and 7 battle flowers from enlightened Master Liao Ding's magic treasures. He also found the rarest yin-yang branches in the golden house that he obtained from Zhong Xian's cave abode. Thus, he barely managed to gather enough spiritual herbs to concoct the forging heart pill. Unfortunately, concocting the forging heart pill required a lot of time, and the alchemist had to do a lot of preparation work. After consuming the forging heart pill, Lu Ping had to spend a long time in seclusion to refine the medicinal energy and consolidate his cultivation. Hence, Lu Ping had no choice but to postpone his plan to concoct the forging heart pill until the Wang family's matter was settled. 7 to 8 days passed. On this day, as Lu Ping was meditating in his cultivation room, an angry howl suddenly came from the outskirts of Tsongling Island. The howl covered a distance of a few li in an instant. The howl seemed even more agitated because of the increased speed of the howl. The overflowing divine sense pressure borrowed the howl's momentum to crush the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsongling Island. Lu Ping frowned. The incomer's cultivation was definitely above the core forging realm. However, the howl was directed at the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsongling Island. This kind of divine sense attack could cause significant damage to early and mid-blood condensation realm cultivators. It was obvious that the incomer was trying to intimidate the blood condensation realm cultivators on Tsongling Island. This was against the unwritten rules of the cultivation world. Lu Ping slammed his hand on the ground. With a loud bang, the island's protective array was activated. The entire Tsongling Island was covered in a sea blue shield. The howl was immediately weakened. Lu Ping took the lead and walked out of the grotto mansion, followed by Qi Lianing and the other 2. Luan Yu, however, did not come out. Luan Yu was a Yao after all, and a member of the Wood Luan clan at that. Once a cultivator like Lu Ping who cultivated a vision ability saw through them, Lu Ping and the others would be charged with the crime of colluding with Yao cultivators. If they were to provoke Fa Xiang Laozu to kill Luan Yu and take her gold core, Lu Ping and the others would not be able to live. The 4 of them walked out of the island's protective array formation. The 2 middle-aged cultivators hovered in the air with their hands clasped behind their backs. One of them looked at the ocean blue protective array formation on Tsongling Island. It was clearly stronger than the Wang clan's protective array formation on Tsongling Island. The other middle-aged cultivator in green robes looked at Lu Ping and the others with interest. When Qi Lianing and the others saw the 2 mid-core forging cultivators, their expressions changed. Could it be that the Wang clan's only 2 mid-core forging cultivators had arrived? Was the Wang clan going to stake everything on this one attack? Everyone looked at Lu Ping in front of them, only to see that he was calm and unperturbed by the appearance of the 2 mid-core forging realm cultivators in front of him. Were you the ones who killed my 3rd brother and stole the Wang clan's property? The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping and the others and asked in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Your Excellency is so majestic and fierce. It seems that one day we should go to the Wang clan's manor on the 3 Clans Island and roar. Let the Wang clan's low-level cultivators come and admire us. How could Lu Ping respond to his words? Instead, he retaliated with a barrage of insults, insinuating that the middle-aged cultivator had broken the rules of the cultivation world by attacking low-level cultivators. When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, his expression suddenly became sluggish and his aura weakened. When he had rushed over, he had only wanted to intimidate Lu Ping and the others. However, he had forgotten that the low-level cultivators on the island could not withstand the spiritual sense attack of a core forging cultivator. If the other party went crazy and attacked the Wang clan's low-level cultivators, both sides would suffer. This was not something the Wang clan wanted to see. After all, the Wang clan was not made up of a few core forging cultivators. At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged cultivator laughed and said, "This must be Master Lu Jiu. No matter what, you killed enlightened Master Wang Hua, and slaughtered dozens of Wang clan cultivators on the Congling Island." Enlightened Master Wang Zhou lost control of his emotions in a fit of rage. On the other hand, Master Lu and the others killed people and seized the island. Their actions were despicable. Enlightened Master Wang Zhou came to take revenge. Is that wrong? Even if I see injustice, I will still step on it. Lu Ping carefully looked at the green-robed cultivator and casually glanced around. Suddenly, he laughed and asked in a clear voice, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the battle of the Northern Alliance?" Seeing Lu Ping laugh, the green-robed cultivator's heart tightened. Hearing this, he replied, "I am enlightened Master Wang Zhou's best friend. There is no need to tell me my name. Hee. Although fellow Taoist Chou Yongzhen lives next to our three-family alliance in the Fallen Mystery Land, we rarely interact. I don't know when you became Wang Zhou's best friend. I am very curious. Could it be that the Chou clan, one of the 36 families under the Crystal Palace, and the Wang clan, one of the medium-sized forces of the Northern Alliance, are secretly in cahoots?" A few miles away from the two sides, a voice slowly floated over. Two figures appeared and flew toward the Congling Island. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin. Anyone with a discerning eye would know the relationship between the Wang clan and the Crystal Palace. However, knowing was one thing, admitting it was another. As long as the Wang clan did not betray the Northern Alliance, the Northern Alliance could not do anything to the Wang clan. Zhang Feng's question made Wang Zhou and Chou Yongzhen panic. If this answer was not good, it would prove that the Wang clan was in cahoots with the Crystal Palace. The Northern Alliance could easily destroy the Wang clan. In the end, it was Wang Zhou who spoke. "I am familiar with fellow Taoist Chou, so I invited him to help. This has nothing to do with the Wang clan and the Chou clan, let alone the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace. However, Brother Zhang and Brother Li were hiding and watching. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Or could it be that my third brother was ambushed and killed? Apart from these few small cultivators, were there other people like the two of you who were also hiding in the shadows?" This Reverend Wang Zhou was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a few words, he retorted sarcastically. Not only did he draw a line between the Wang clan and the cultivators of Water Crystal Palace, he even made a false accusation, implying that the two of them were not open and above board. Li Maolin laughed and said, "Brother Wang, you must be joking. Brother Zhang and I came here to tell Brother Wang that the Soundwave Manor is a force under the Northern Alliance after all. The grudge with the Wang clan is just an internal conflict of the Northern Alliance. If Brother Wang uses external forces to resolve the grudge, we might have to step in to suppress it." Wang Zhenren Wang Zhou's expression changed this time. He said, "Soundwave Manor? When was this force established? When did the Northern Alliance recognize such a force? Why didn't the Wang clan know about it?" Chou Yongzhen's expression also changed as she looked at Li Maolin. At this time, another voice said, "The Soundwave Manor was actually established half a year ago. The Dark Mountain Gang is the guarantor. Do you believe fellow Taoists Wang?" When everyone looked over, they saw a cultivator in his 50s flying over slowly from afar. Wang Zhou, Zhang Feng, and the others looked back at Qiao Weiying, who was standing behind Lu Ping. Qiao Weiying looked very similar to the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was the leader of the Dark Mountain Gang, Qiao Zhengyan. Li Maolin and the others naturally recognized him. The Dark Mountain Gang was a medium-sized force in the Northern Alliance. On the surface, it was not as powerful as any of the three islands. However, the base of the Dark Mountain Gang was in Qianyuan City. No one present believed that an ordinary medium-sized force in the Northern Alliance could stand firm in Qianyuan City. In fact, when Lu Ping first arrived at Qianyuan City, he had already noticed that an ordinary force with only 3 core forging experts could make so many large elixir stores in Qianyuan City give them face and sell their 1,000-year spirit herbs to Lu Ping. Their face was too big. Which of those large spirit herb stores didn't have a core forging expert behind them? When Lu Ping returned from Silver Sword Island, He had been waiting for Luan Yu to advance to the core forging stage in Qianyuan City. During this time he began to make arrangements. He asked the Dark Mountain Gang to be his guarantor and applied to the Northern Alliance to establish his own force, the Soundwave Manor. This way, the battle between the Soundwave Manor and the Wang family would be included in the rules of the Northern Alliance. This way they could avoid direct conflict with the Crystal Palace as much as possible. As expected, the Crystal Palace sent Qiu Yongzhen. This time, he had indeed come under the orders of the Crystal Palace to help. Naturally, the Crystal Palace would not personally help the Wang family. That would cause a violent backlash from the Northern Alliance. However, if the Crystal Palace were to help the Wang family, they would be able to completely disassociate themselves from the matter. However, Qiu Yongzhen never expected that the Soundwave Manor had already established its own force in advance and had already obtained the approval of the Northern Alliance. However, the Northern Alliance had kept this matter a secret. The Wang family had been schemed against. Qiu Yongzhen felt that she had walked to the edge of a trap. If she didn't clear her name, these 3 core forging experts who had just appeared might not be there for nothing. They might even want her to intervene and then take her life together to claim credit from the Northern Alliance. Wang Zhou naturally saw that this was the Northern Alliance using Lu Ping to punish the Wang family. Seeing that Qiu Yongzhen sighed and didn't say anything, he knew that the Wang family had already lost their outside help. The Wang family could only silently swallow this bitter fruit. He couldn't accept this. A wave of hostility rose from the bottom of his heart. Wang Zhou suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ping and said fiercely, "What a good internal power competition from the Northern Alliance. What a good scheme. However, the Wang family will not allow you to bully us like this. Today you and I will fight. If I can't do anything to you, the Wang family will not cause trouble for the Soundwave Manor in the future. The Wang family will give you the property on Songling Island as a gift. If you die in my hands, then you deserve it. The Northern Alliance can't blame the Wang family. Kid, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Reverend Qiu Yongzhen opened her mouth but didn't stop him. She didn't believe that Wang Zhou would lose. After all, the Wang family had sided with the Crystal Palace. However, in Qiu Yongzhen's eyes, Lu Ping definitely wouldn't accept the challenge. What a joke. Wang Zhou had been in the mid-core forging realm for decades and had long reached the peak of the 4th layer. He was only 1 step away from the 5th layer. How could Wang Hua, who had just entered the mid-core forging realm, compare to him? Hong Ying and Xiao Weiing both tried to persuade Lu Ping not to accept the challenge. Qi Lianing mocked Wang Zhou. A mid-core forging realm cultivator challenging a 2nd-layer core forging realm cultivator. Wasn't he afraid of becoming a joke? However, Wang Zhou turned a deaf ear to them. He only looked at Lu Ping and sneered. Zhang Feng, Li Maolin and Xiao Jingyan also signaled Lu Ping not to accept the challenge. Lu Ping pondered for a while. Looking at Wang Zhou's mocking expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. What can you do to me?" Chapter 328. What can you do to me? A huge battle intent surged from Lu Ping's body, making Xiao Weiing and the others blood boil. Zhang Feng, Xiao Jingyan, and the others momentarily forgot to reprimand Lu Ping for his recklessness. Good. Immortal Wang Zhou was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Lu Ping and said, "You've got guts. I'll say it again, if I can't do anything to you, the Wang family will naturally not cause trouble for your Listening Wave Manor." Lu Ping chuckled and said, "No hurry. This Songling Island was taken by our Listening Wave Manor cultivators with our lives. Whether or not the Wang family causes trouble for our Listening Wave Manor, we have no reason to be afraid. However, the Wang family has already retreated from the fallen mystic realm, so there is no reason for the Wang family to take the 2 shares of the mid-sized spirit mine on Nameless Island. If Immortal Wang Zhou can't do anything to me, then hand over the 2 shares." Immortal Wang Zhou didn't say anything. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. A stone hammer rose into the air and pointed at Lu Ping from afar. Lu Ping didn't say anything. The golden scale sword instantly pierced through his body. An extreme sword intent soared into the sky and a surging murderous aura surged out. Zhang Feng and the others who were watching the battle were all shocked. Lu Ping had no choice but to fight this battle. Lu Ping's plan was meticulous and he seemed to have the upper hand. However, whether it was the Northern Alliance, the Crystal Palace, or the looming boudoir, Lu Ping might be able to gain a temporary advantage in the game between these major forces, but in the end, it all came down to strength. Right now, Lu Ping might be able to use Zhang Feng, Li Maolin, and Qiao Jingyan to force Wang Zhou and Qiu Yongzhen to retreat, but that wasn't Listening Wave Island's true strength. It was just a trick. These forces and the other Northern Alliance forces wouldn't take it seriously. In the end, it all came down to strength. In the world of cultivation, trickery was only used between opponents of equal strength. If Soundwave Island wanted to establish itself among the many factions of the Northern Alliance, this battle would be the quickest way for them to settle things once and for all. As long as Lu Ping did not fall into a disadvantageous position against Wang Zhou, he did not even need to win. His mid-core forging strength would undoubtedly strengthen Soundwave Island's position in the Northern Alliance and the Fallen Secret Land. He raised the stone hammer high and smashed it straight down at Lu Ping. There was no technique to speak of. It was a pure brute force. Obviously, the golden scale sword could not contend against such an overbearing magic treasure head-on. The golden scale sword rolled up 3 sword waves in a row. After Lu Ping's swordsmanship had reached the unity of sword and practice realm, the power of Lu Ping's swordsmanship was no less than that of an ordinary minor magical power. Of course, this was when Lu Ping used his full strength. Right now, Lu Ping did not use the 1,000 snow piles to its limit. However, Lu Ping still relied on this strike to delay the stone hammer's attack. Lu Ping himself had already retreated rapidly. The stone hammer broke through the golden scale sword's obstruction, but it had already lost its target. The stone hammer struck empty air, but the huge wind pressure brought by the stone hammer directly pressed a 10-foot deep depression into the sea. The power of the stone hammer was clearly beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Even Zhang Feng and the others who were watching the battle had grave expressions. The stone hammer flew up again. This time it spun and struck at Lu Ping, as if it was thrown out by perfected Wang Zhou. The golden scale sword in Lu Ping's hand slashed a wave of water. It turned into 4 water dragons in the space, but they were smashed by the stone hammer. Lu Ping intended to use the same trick again to avoid the stone hammer's attack. However, he saw perfected Wang Zhou's hand forming a seal. Suddenly, a blue ball of light condensed between his hands and flew towards Lu Ping's feet. The blue ball of light exploded. Lu Ping, who was about to dodge, suddenly felt his whole body stagnate. It was as if his feet were grabbed by countless hands. It was as if his whole body was several times heavier, and it was immediately difficult to move. It was such a moment of delay that the stone hammer had already smashed Lu Ping into pieces amidst the exclamations of the crowd. However, it only splashed water all over the sky. Not far away, a stream of seawater suddenly flowed against the current and recondensed into Lu Ping's appearance on the surface of the sea. Art of sea deception. Lu Ping looked at perfected Wang Zhou with a solemn expression. The feeling of heaviness in his body just now was still faintly present, but it did not affect Lu Ping much. The blue ball of light was obviously a minor magical power that perfected Wang Zhou had cultivated. Although this divine ability did not appear to be very powerful and cultivators did not care about the hundreds or thousands of kilograms of force, this divine ability was very troublesome. If a cultivator were to casually use it in a fight, it would easily cause his opponent to make some minor mistakes. That was especially true in a fight of life and death. The slightest mistake could result in a difference of thousands of miles. More often than not, a cultivator would end up dying a tragic death due to a trivial mistake by his opponent. However, at this moment, the embarrassment on Lu Ping's face was not because of this minor magical power, but because the stone hammer had returned to perfected Wang Zhou's hand. Just when the stone hammer broke through the obstruction of the golden scale sword and Lu Ping was about to dodge, the stone hammer suddenly took advantage of the fact that Lu Ping was restricted by Wang Zhou's minor magical power, and suddenly sped up to attack Lu Ping. If it were not for Lu Ping's art of sea deception, he would have been seriously injured if not killed by the stone hammer. 4 treasure restrictions. A spiritual magic treasure. Magic treasures could be controlled by blood condensation cultivators, but every magic treasure had to be formed by the hands of a core forging enlightened master. The reason was not only because of the magic treasure's own material and treasure restrictions, but also because of the magic treasure's spirituality. Only when a cultivator advanced to the core forging realm could their divine sense be forged into the golden core, and their true essence could contain spirituality. When a magic treasure was successfully nurtured, true essence with spirituality was an important medium. However, magic treasures were the same as the cultivation of a core forging enlightened master. After condensing 3 treasure restrictions, no matter how high the material of the magic treasure was, it was still an ordinary magic treasure. Only when a cultivator fused with a heaven and earth spirit object and advanced to the mid-core forging realm would the spirituality in their true essence greatly increase. When condensing the 4th treasure restriction, the spirituality of the magic treasure would also increase by leaps and bounds. Not only would the magic treasure's power increase, but it would also have many other wonderful uses. This kind of magic treasure was called a spiritual magic treasure. Legend has it that when a magic treasure condenses the 7th treasure restriction and is nourished by a late core forging realm cultivator who fused with a second heaven and earth spirit object, the spirituality of the magic treasure will increase again, and it will be called a spiritual magic treasure. Lu Ping did not expect perfected Wang Zhou to have a spiritual magic treasure, and Xiaojian was also quite surprised. As for Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, they seemed to be a little impatient. The power of a spiritual magic treasure was far greater than that of an ordinary magic treasure, and more importantly, it was rare. When a cultivator advanced to the mid-core forging realm, condensing a heaven and earth spirit object was an extremely difficult process. Very few cultivators would have enough spirituality to upgrade their magic treasure to a spiritual magic treasure. Generally, cultivators would only have enough spirituality to condense a spiritual magic treasure after reaching the 6th layer of core forging realm, or even after condensing a heaven and earth spirit object for the 2nd time. Therefore, a powerful spiritual magic treasure could affect the balance between the Zhang and Li clans, whose strongest combat power was only at the mid-core forging realm. How could the 2 clans remain calm? The stone hammer was obviously perfected Wang Zhou's natal magic treasure, but perfected Wang Zhou was able to upgrade his natal magic treasure to a spiritual magic treasure when he was only at the 4th layer of core forging realm. This meant that perfected Wang Zhou was not as simple as the Zhang and Li clans thought. Lu Ping also realized that enlightened master Wang Zhou's attack was probably a ploy to hide his strength. At this time, perfected Wang Zhou attacked again. As the stone hammer danced in the air, it was obvious that he did not want to give Lu Ping a chance to catch his breath. Blue light flashed between his hands and from time to time, he would send blue light balls into Lu Ping's body, affecting Lu Ping's attack. These light balls made Lu Ping's body feel light and heavy, and his grasp of the details constantly deviated. His whole body looked like it was surrounded by danger, and several mistakes even caused Lu Ping to be injured by the stone hammer. If not for the protection of the water curtain true aura, which was far stronger than other small magical powers, Lu Ping might have been hit by the stone hammer a few times. Lu Ping must not die. He could lose, but he must not die in the hands of perfected Wang Zhou. Zhang Feng, Qiao Jingyan and Li Maolin had all kinds of thoughts, and they absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. The 3 of them looked at each other, as if they understood each other's thoughts. Unknowingly, the 3 of them had already formed a corner, surrounding the area where perfected Wang Zhou and Lu Ping were fighting. Perfected Qiu Yongzhen looked at the 3's movements, and her expression kept changing. No one knew what she was thinking. Perfected Wang Zhou was very sharp, and naturally noticed the 3's strange movements. At the same time, he also understood their thoughts. However, the killing intent on perfected Wang Zhou's face became even more intense. Let's see if the 3 of you will make a move in time, or if I will kill this kid first to avenge third brother. However, at this moment, 2 jade bracelets suddenly flew out of Lu Ping's body. After these 2 jade bracelets flew out, Hong Ying and the others who were anxious next to him calmed down a little. The scene of Lu Ping killing perfected Wang Hua with the power of the ice and fire bracelets was still vivid in everyone's mind, so Zhang Feng and Li Maolin naturally relaxed a lot. Although the power of the ice and fire bracelets was still inferior to the stone hammer, the combination of the 2 weakened the power of the stone hammer a lot. At the same time, the poison fire and ice surrounded Lu Ping, so Lu Ping's defense was greatly improved. The golden scale sword was no longer blindly used to block and weaken the attack of the stone hammer, but occasionally counterattacked, so Perfected Wang Zhou did not dare to blindly attack. Perfected Wang Zhou was extremely angry. He did not expect that Lu Ping could really be in a stalemate with him. However, he, who had always maintained a sense of reason, also understood that the death of Perfected Wang Hua was not done by others, but by the person in front of him. This person could not be left alive. Perfected Wang Zhou thought that this hatred had already been formed. If this person's cultivation was successful in the future, there would be no way for the Wang family to survive. Perfected Wang Zhou, who had made up his mind, suddenly took out an item from his magic tool. Just as he was about to use it, his expression changed. A defensive magic treasure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a ding sound, the nether water sword was struck back. At this moment, the poison fire and ice in the ice and fire bracelets suddenly flourished, forcibly blocking the attack of the stone hammer. Lu Ping's face suddenly turned red. However, Lu Ping finally managed to free up his hands. Ignoring the tremors in his body caused by the strike, the golden scale sword let out a loud sword hum. Sword shadows circled around the golden scale sword like a lantern. In an instant, a gigantic sword with unparalleled might slashed towards enlightened Master Wang Zhou. Chapter 329. Although each of the 6 sword techniques of the North Sea's 12 orthodox techniques was broad and profound, except for the green serpent disturbing the sea's sword technique, the other 5 sword techniques seemed to be more suitable for cultivators to use in group battles. Compared to the green serpent disturbing the sea's sword technique, the true essence 1 spirit sword technique was not as flexible as the green serpent disturbing the sea's sword technique, but it was heavy and powerful. It was most suitable for cultivators to fight head-on. Lu Ping used the combination of ice and fire to block Taoist Wang Zhou's attack. In exchange for this opportunity to counterattack, he exerted the true essence 1 spirit sword technique to the extreme, turning it into a giant sword Dharma image that slashed towards Taoist Wang Zhou. Taoist Wang Zhou saw the giant sword slashing towards him, and his face was solemn. Sword cultivators' attack power had always been number 1 in the cultivation world. Although Lu Ping's cultivation was not as good as Taoist Wang Zhou's, Taoist Wang Zhou did not dare to underestimate Lu Ping, not to mention that this was a swordsmanship that had reached the sword and practice as one realm. Taoist Wang Zhou suddenly stretched out his hands, and a wave of primordial qi spiraled up, turning into 2 giant hands that covered the sky. The stone hammer was also called out, and the 2 giant hands tightly gripped the stone hammer Dharma image and collided with the giant sword in the sky. One had a high cultivation and a spiritual magic weapon, while the other had sharp swordsmanship and had the upper hand. The 2 were actually evenly matched. The 2 magic weapons flew backwards, and suddenly a giant seal appeared in the sky, smashing towards Taoist Wang Zhou. Landslide was Lu Ping's favorite mystic instrument and had been using it for the longest time. Landslide's grade was high enough to be upgraded to a mystic instrument, but unfortunately, Lu Ping didn't have a suitable mystic instrument in his possession. Even so, with Lu Ping's current core forging realm cultivation base, Landslide's power wasn't any weaker than an ordinary mystic instrument. Seeing that Lu Ping was only using a magic artifact to attack, Wang Zhou gave a cold snort. However, he still did not dare to be careless in his defense. The defensive magic artifact that had previously blocked the netherwater sword once again appeared above Wang Zhou's head. At the same time, an earthen yellow light shone around Wang Zhou. Clearly, it was to prevent Lu Ping from using the netherwater sword to launch another sneak attack, using the invisible sword technique. Landslide smashed onto Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's defensive magic treasure. A huge force came and pushed Spiritual Master Wang Zhou back several feet. This made Spiritual Master Wang Zhou very surprised as he didn't expect a top-grade magic treasure to have such power. Spiritual Master Wang Zhou repeatedly attacked, but not only did he not gain the upper hand, but Lu Ping also seized the opportunity to counterattack. Spiritual Master Wang Zhou had always been arrogant, and although he was not ostentatious in his actions in the 3 clans, he had never placed the other core forging cultivators in his eyes. In this battle with Lu Ping, he had carefully cultivated a spiritual magic treasure in front of Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, but he could do nothing to Lu Ping, who was only a second-layer core forging cultivator. How could the arrogant spiritual master Wang Zhou bear this? Enlightened Master Wang Zhou's eyes grew colder and colder as he stared at Lu Ping. A storm of spiritual energy gradually surged around enlightened Master Wang Zhou, and several spirit runes lit up on his body. It was a strange scene. Li Maolin looked at the spirit runes around spiritual Master Wang Zhou, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he exclaimed, "Confinement runes. These are confinement runes. You actually imprisoned your own cultivation. You're not a fourth-layer core forging cultivator." The spirit runes around spiritual Master Wang Zhou's body became brighter and brighter, as if a taut rope was about to snap. When the light of the spirit runes reached their peak, they suddenly disappeared, and an imposing aura that far exceeded that of before suddenly spread out. Fifth-layer core forging. Spiritual Master Wang Zhou had been hiding his cultivation all this time. He was a fifth-layer core forging cultivator. Among the 5 mid-stage core forging enlightened masters, Li Maolin, Zhang Feng, and Qiu Yongzhen were all at the 4th-layer core forging. Spiritual Master Wang Zhou was originally at the 4th-layer core forging, but no one expected that Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's cultivation had already reached the 5th-layer core forging. At this moment, only Qiao Jingyan, who was also at the 5th-layer core forging, could match Spiritual Master Wang Zhou. All the enlightened masters present, including Qiu Yongzhen, had an ugly expression on their faces. Spiritual Master Wang Zhou was annoyed because he couldn't take care of Lu Ping and exposed his cultivation. Needless to say, Lu Ping and the others were annoyed. Even Qiu Yongzhen was somewhat dissatisfied with Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's sudden change in cultivation. Enlightened Master Wang Zhou didn't care about this at all. After revealing all his trump cards, Enlightened Master Wang Zhou only had one goal, and that was to kill Lu Ping. The huge stone hammer was held in the hand of Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's primordial qi hand. Lu Ping wielded the golden scale sword and continuously used the sword art of unity qi, the green dragon ocean disturbance, and the great river east sword art, to fight against Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's stone hammer. However, Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's current strength was not something that Lu Ping could resist. The golden scale sword was knocked away by the stone hammer one after another, and Lu Ping was forced to retreat on the sea. If it weren't for the ice and fire rings, which repeatedly dissolved Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's attacks, Lu Ping would have been defeated long ago. The Water Ghost sword and landslide were no longer useful at this time. Every attack of the stone hammer caused Lu Ping's body to suffer a violent shock, and the consumption of his zhenqi increased. If it weren't for Lu Ping's deep zhenqi, he would have been unable to resist. However, he didn't know that his performance at this time had already shocked the core forging masters present. Xiao Weiying and the others shook their heads as they watched. If their positions were switched with Lu Ping, they would have been smashed into meat paste by Spiritual Master Wang Zhou's stone hammer. Li Maolin and Zhang Feng looked at each other and thought to themselves, if I were to fight with Wang Zhou, I would at most be able to do this. This Lu Zhou really has the strength to compete with a core forging master. Qiao Jingyan's face was calm, but his mind was racing. He really had his own background and support in Qianyuan City. He knew more about the expulsion of the Wang family from the fallen secret land by listening Wave Prefecture than Lu Ping imagined. He knew that in addition to the Northern Alliance behind this matter, there was another force that was targeting the Crystal Palace, and the Northern Alliance seemed to have formed a tacit understanding with this force on the issue of dealing with the Crystal Palace. Thinking of the boudoir that was wanted by the Crystal Palace in the East Sea during this period of time, Xiao Jingyan inadvertently glanced at the faces of Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, not knowing which of the two families was the force of the boudoir. Speaking of which, it was funny that these 3 islands really belonged to 3 different forces. It could be said that the islands lived up to their names. The sword of true energy was once again shattered by the stone hammer. This time Lu Ping could no longer suppress the injury in his body, and a stream of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qi Lianying's expression changed, but this time, the scattered 1296 psychic sword lights were not quickly condensed by the golden scale sword like before to display a new move or a new sword technique. Wang Zhou's face was filled with joy, and he controlled the stone hammer to smash the golden scale sword. Without the protection of the psychic sword lights, how could the golden scale sword, which had only condensed 2 treasure restrictions, be a match for a psychic magic treasure that had condensed 4 treasure restrictions? However, just as the stone hammer flew up, the psychic sword light scattered in all directions did not lose control. The golden scale sword suddenly let out a rapid sword hum. This was a sign that the golden scale sword's endurance had reached its limit. Everyone was stunned. This time, the golden scale sword did not collide with the stone hammer, but this magic treasure flying sword could not withstand it first. Everyone looked at Lu Ping, but they saw that Lu Ping, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, suddenly closed his eyes, as if he was feeling something. What was the meaning of this? Although the use of spiritual sense was above the eyes in a fight between cultivators, the eyes still had an irreplaceable role in a fight, especially for cultivators like Lu Ping who had cultivated the magical power of sight. Wang Zhou did not care about this. His hands once again condensed a ball of blue light, but this time he threw it onto his stone hammer, causing the surface of the black stone hammer to be covered with a layer of blue gauze. The stone hammer once again rushed forward, and the psychic sword lights along the way dodged when they came into contact with the blue surface of the stone hammer. Seeing that the stone hammer was about to hit Lu Ping, not only did Lu Ping not take out a protective magic treasure or magic tool, he did not even open his protective aura. Only the sword hum of the golden scale sword was getting more and more rapid and loud. Just as Qi Lianing could not help but make a move, Lu Ping suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the approaching stone hammer, Lu Ping was expressionless. His arms casually drew a circle in front of him, and the 1,296 psychic sword lights on the sea surface, including the golden scale sword, all let out a sword hum. All the perfected people present, except for Lu Ping, had a drastic change in expression. This was not the sword hum made by the vibration of the golden scale sword, but the sword hum made by all the psychic sword lights, including the golden scale sword. This was the sound of killing. The sword hum. The magical power was completed. This was not a small magical power like practicing sword as one, which was a perfect concept, small magical power. This was a true great magical power of swordsmanship, or rather the prelude to a great magical power of swordsmanship. Perfected Wang Zhou forcefully retracted the stone hammer that he had swung out. He could no longer care that this action would cause a backlash to the quintessential essence in his body. This was because when the sword chime sounded, the psychic sword light that filled the sky, with the golden scale sword as the center, had instantly formed a huge sword formation, or rather, the prototype of a sword formation. A sword formation was formed when the sword was drawn. This was the true use of the psychic sword lights. This was the foundation of a magical power of swordsmanship. Recalling the scene of Lu Ping consuming the enchanting thought pill when he was at the peak of the blood condensation realm, the sword formation in front of him condensed again, like a blooming flower, or like a whirlpool in deep water. 100 rivers into the sea sword art. At this moment, Lu Ping could be considered to have seen the door of this sword art. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed. The huge sword formation was like a torrent of swordsmanship, rushing towards perfected Wang Zhou. Perfected Wang Zhou acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He raised his defensive artifact in the air to protect himself, and the stone hammer danced and circled in front of him. Then, he did something that made all the cultivators present dumbfounded. He turned and fled. Chapter 330. Perfected Wang Zhou had escaped. This time, not only was Lu Ping at a loss, but the others were also looking at each other in dismay. This was too unbelievable. Even though Lu Ping had comprehended the great sword technique and formed a sword array with the psychic sword ray, the cultivators present could all see that Lu Ping was only at the beginning of the great sword technique. The power of the sword array could not be fully unleashed. With perfected Wang Zhou's strength, even if he was no match for Lu Ping's great sword technique, he could still fight for a few rounds and then retreat. Even though that would be a loss of face, it was much better than retreating before the battle even started. Perfected Wang Zhou was not just losing face now, this was simply a disgrace. If this got out, perfected Wang Zhou would be a joke in the cultivation world of the East Sea. Perhaps fellow Taoist Wang retreated because he felt that he could not win. After all, fellow Taoist Wang is usually arrogant and disdains many things. Not to mention, fellow Taoist Wang was not in a hurry to escape just now. At this time, Qiu Yongzhen was the most embarrassed. He never thought that such a situation would occur. Taoist Master Wang Zhou left him alone without saying a word. He also wanted to leave, but he had no choice but to defend Taoist Master Wang Zhou. Haha, fellow Taoist Zhou is right. Fellow Taoist Wang is indeed a little arrogant. After all, Wang Zhou was a mid-core forging realm cultivator. Not to mention he was defeated by someone weaker than him. Zhang Feng, Li Maolin and the others who were about the same cultivation level as enlightened Master Wang Zhou didn't want to fall out with him. Hence, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him. If it were them, they would have no choice but to retreat after Lu Ping suddenly comprehended a great sword technique. But they wouldn't choose to retreat like enlightened Master Wang Zhou. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Qiu Yongzhen left in a hurry. Zhang Feng and Li Maolin also had their own thoughts. They congratulated Lu Ping and the others and flew away. Xiao Jian smiled. This time, Lu Daoyou's reputation in the Northern Alliance is probably even greater. Lu Ping thanked him profusely and turned to invite Xiao Jian to Congling Island for a chat. However, Xiao Jian shook his head and said, "In addition to warning the cultivators of the Crystal Palace, I also want to inform Lu Daoyu of something. From today onwards, your Listening Wave Prefecture will officially become one of the 72 small forces under the jurisdiction of the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance will announce this to the public." Lu Ping was startled and said, "This has caught me off guard. The Soundwave Manor has just been established and hasn't been certified by the Elixir Association. It should only be considered an unranked faction. How did it suddenly become a small-sized faction?" Xiao Jingyan laughed and said, "Lu Dao, you must be joking. Which unranked faction in the Northern Alliance has the strength of the Soundwave Manor? Just the core forging realm enlightened masters, not counting my son, they have 4. Even a medium-sized faction has suffered 2 losses at your hands. It just so happened that the Shangguan family of Drum Island, which had just become a medium-sized faction, offended the Snake Demon clan of the East Sea for some reason and was slaughtered. The Shangguan family was the eyes and ears of the Central Plains cultivation world in the East Sea, so it didn't matter if they were wiped out. The number 1 faction of such a small faction had to replace the Shangguan family, so there was an empty spot in the small faction. The cultivators of Qianyuan Mountain gave this spot to the Soundwave Manor. This was also a pleasant surprise. Joining the Northern Alliance meant that there were many rights and responsibilities. However, this also meant that the Soundwave Manor would receive the protection of the Northern Alliance. Before the Soundwave Island's strength grew, the Northern Alliance's protection was still very necessary. Fortunately, he was only hiding behind the scenes in the Soundwave Island's affairs. On the surface, Hong Ying and the others were in charge. After sending off Qiao Zhengyan, Qiao Weiing also left. This time, Qiao Weiing had helped him because of the Meridian Nourishing Pill refined by Lu Ping. It could be said that this pill was more important than saving his life. Qiao Weiing had helped him recover his cultivation and quickly advance to the core forging realm. This was inseparable from the effect of the Meridian Nourishing Pill refined by Lu Ping. The Soundwave Island had been recognized by the Northern Alliance and became one of the 72 small factions under its jurisdiction. It could be said that it had officially gained a foothold in the fallen mystery land. To the east was the Zhang and Li families, while to the west was the medium-sized spirit vein on a nameless island. Across the nameless island was the Qiu family, one of the 36 families under the Crystal Palace. The Soundwave Island had originally been under the jurisdiction of the 3 factions. Now that the Soundwave Manor had taken the initiative, the Zhang and Li families acted at the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding. Following the Soundwave Manor's example, they each divided 9 of the remaining 18 islands. Lu Ping had continuously refined dozens of batches of pills for the Li family, the Boudoir, and the Black Mountain Gang as thanks for their help. However, of course, the 3 families still had to provide the spiritual herbs themselves. The only thing Lu Ping could do was to follow the rules of the cultivation world and reduce the number of spiritual herbs that he kept to a minimum. Originally, these tasks were left to Yu Zhongrui. Unfortunately, Yu Zhongrui had not finished his closed-door cultivation, so Lu Ping could only refine dozens of batches of pills for the core forging realm. As for the rest of the pills for the blood condensation realm, Lu Ping really couldn't care less. Moreover, even if Yu Zhongrui became a master alchemist, his alchemy skills wouldn't be as good as Lu Ping's. It would be a waste to refine pills for the core forging realm directly. Of course, the most important reason was that Lu Ping had decided to refine the forging heart pill. As such, the process of honing his alchemy skills was indispensable. Under Lu Ping's arrangements, Songling Island and the other 9 islands concealed their strength and bided their time. They each managed their own resources and exchanged their spiritual materials and ores for spiritual herbs and magic tools from the perished secret world to increase their own strength. Everything in the Listening Wave Prefecture was gradually on the right track. Lu Ping then handed everything over to Heng Ying. He instructed Heng to collect as many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs, core forging realm pill recipes, and treasures that were of utmost importance to Lu Ping. After that, Lu Ping also began his closed-door cultivation. A year later, a celestial phenomenon appeared in the sky above Listening Wave Island again. After Yi Buki came out of his closed-door cultivation, the Listening Wave Prefecture gained another core forging enlightened master. However, both Heng Ying and Heng Ying knew that it would be difficult for them to advance to the core forging realm in this lifetime. However, for independent cultivators like them who did not even have a complete inheritance, being able to advance to the core forging realm was already a blessing from the heavens. Thus, they were more or less grateful for Lu Ping's help. Yu Zhongrui's advancement to the core forging realm did not produce any celestial phenomenon. He had condensed his golden core through a trick. However, when he came out of his closed-door cultivation, he saw that Heng Ying had prepared dozens of cauldrons of pills for him. Most of them were blood condensation pills, and only a small portion were core forging pills. Yu Zhongrui's eyes twitched. A large portion of these pills are for the young master to thank the Zhang and Li clans and the Dark Mountain Gang for their help. The remaining portion is for our Listening Wave Prefecture's cultivators' cultivation expenses for this month. The young master has instructed that Mr. Yu will be in charge of this matter from now on. After Yu Zhongrui advanced to the core forging realm, it would be easy for him to become a master alchemist. Heng Ying had no choice but to be more careful. At the same time, he was secretly proud of himself. With a master alchemist in charge, the Listening Wave Prefecture's strength would continue to increase as long as they managed it well. After the Listening Wave Prefecture established its foundation on Songling Island, there were no movements for 3 years. Only a few months later, they sent people to occupy the portion of the Spirit Stone mine that originally belonged to the Wang clan. Other than that, there were no signs of expansion. The Zhang, Li, and Qiu clans all heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 portions of the Spirit Stone mine weren't much. In a year, the Listening Wave Prefecture would only receive about 10,000 Spirit Stones. In order to recycle the Spirit Stone mine, only about 500,000 Spirit Stones would be mined in a year. However, it was a small stream that flowed over a long period of time. The 2 portions of the mine were equivalent to the Listening Wave Prefecture gaining a small Spirit Stone mine. Many things had changed in the cultivation world in 3 years, but not much had changed in the fallen mystic land. Have you really decided not to return to the North Sea and figure out your background? Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying's cultivation had already reached the peak of the first layer of the core forging realm 2 years ago. After 3 years of accumulation, advancing to the second layer was already a matter of time. Qi Lianying shook her head and said, I don't think so. As my cultivation has increased over the past 2 years, I can recall more and more fragments of my memories. I'm afraid that my situation isn't as simple as it seems. At the very least, the people who captured me and searched my soul are far stronger than us. If I rashly return to the North Sea to investigate this matter, I might provoke some powerful forces. Therefore, I think it's better for me to lay low for a while and wait until my cultivation is strong enough before I face this matter. Seeing that Qi Lianying had made up her mind, Lu Ping said, That's a good idea. It just so happens that the Listening Wave Prefecture needs a powerful cultivator to hold down the fort. After Heng Ying and Yi Buki advanced to the core forging realm, their potential was almost exhausted. If they don't have a great opportunity in this life, the chances of them reaching the mid-stage of the core forging realm are very slim. Therefore, there are some things that I need you to deal with. Besides, with Yu Zhongrui, your cultivation speed shouldn't be slow. Qi Lianying giggled and said, Your departure this time was very well arranged. I presume you have many backup plans. With this force to help you accumulate resources, I'm sure you will go far. I really don't know how you cultivated to actually reach the 3rd layer of the core forging realm. You didn't use any tricks, did you? A few days later, the long-distance teleportation array on the Silver Sword Island in the south of the East Sea under the jurisdiction of Skyrend lit up again. Under the watchful eyes of the cultivators of Skyrend, a core forging cultivator with a blurry face calmly descended from the teleportation array. He handed a dozen mid-grade spirit stones to the cultivators of Skyrend, who were guarding the teleportation array, and left. 3 years had passed. Although there weren't many changes in the fallen mystic land, the situation in the East Sea had changed drastically. The confrontation between humans and demons had escalated into a large-scale conflict. Fortunately, the higher-ups of both races seemed to be controlling the scale of the conflict. Now, only cultivators below the blood condensation realm were involved in the war. Although the high-level cultivators of the two races fought each other, there were no life-or-death battles. Unlike the North Sea, where the sects formed an alliance to fight against the demons, the East Sea had the 5 major sects as the center. Each sect fought against the demons independently. At this time, the Silver Sword Island, which was the closest to the demons in Skyrend, had become a hunting ground for the cultivators of the two races. Lu Ping stayed in the inn he stayed at on the Silver Sword Island for a while. 3 days later, the night of the full moon would arrive. Then, he quietly made his way south to the battlefield between the humans and demons. After plotting against a few peak blood condensation realm demonic beasts, Lu Ping retracted his hand from one of the demonic beasts' heads. He let out a long sigh and said, "I finally found it. This soul-searching technique isn't that easy to use. Hopefully there won't be any more accidents this time." Under the moonlight, a pair of eyes that emitted a cold light flashed with a cold killing intent from time to time. Chapter 331. Because Qi Lianing had her soul searched and lost her memories, she was very interested in secret techniques like soul-searching. She had collected 5 or 6 kinds of soul-searching techniques, 2 of which were exchanged for treasures of equivalent value from the Northern Alliance's secret pavilion by Honging, using Hearing Wave Prefecture's authority as a small force in the Northern Alliance. Before Lu Ping returned to Silver Sword Island, under Qi Lianing's recommendation, he chose a soul-searching technique called Lost Dreams Soul Snatch. Although this secret technique was novel, it wasn't difficult at all. With Lu Ping's current spiritual sense, it was a piece of cake for him to practice this secret technique. Lu Ping got the result he wanted. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he headed south. Along the way, he avoided several demon cultivator patrols. At this time, Lu Ping had already penetrated deep into the demon territory. There were tens of thousands of demon clans in the East Sea, and their numbers were innumerable. However, there were 3 major clans in the East Sea. The most powerful one was the Snake Clan, represented by the Green Sea Snake. The other 2 clans were the Phoenix Clan, represented by the Fire Luan, and the Fish Clan, represented by the Kuan Clan. Kong Liang was a rare genius of the Kuan Clan. He was also the most radical of the younger generation of the Kuan Clan. In Kong Liang's view, among the East Sea demon clans, the Kuan Fish Clan was the rarest, and the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake and Fire Luan couldn't be compared to the Kuan Fish Clan at all. Among the demonic cultivators of the same level, the Kuan Fish Clan was often the most powerful. This was also why the Kuan Fish Clan was one of the 3 most valuable royal clans in the East Sea, even though it had fewer members than a small clan in the East Sea. Kong Liang was also a famous playboy among the demon cultivators. His degree of lust could be said to be among the best among all the demon cultivators in the East Sea. However, Kong Liang himself was not a lustful person. He had never been compared to those demon cultivators who only knew how to use the shadow of their fathers to intimidate others. Otherwise, Kong Liang would not have become a famous genius among the demon cultivators. In just a few decades, his cultivation base had risen to the 3rd layer of the core forging realm, and there were few cultivators of the same level who could match him. Kong Liang's lust stemmed from his belief that one of the important factors restricting the Kuan clan from becoming the overlord of the East Sea was that it was too difficult for the Kuan clan to reproduce. The Kuan clan might be the strongest cultivator of the East Sea, but they weren't the strongest. If the Kuan clan had more members, then it wouldn't have been a dream for the Kuan clan to become the true overlord of the East Sea. This time, the war between the 2 clans was about to break out. Kong Liang voluntarily applied to come to the forefront of the war between the 2 clans because he needed to hone his cultivation. At the same time, he had long coveted the beautiful female cultivators among the human cultivators. In Kong Liang's view, the reproduction rate of the human race was extremely terrifying. Perhaps the difficulty of the Kuan clan in reproduction could be realized by the beautiful female cultivators of the human race. On this day, Kong Liang received a report from his subordinates that Taoist Master Sui Ye of the Flying Fish clan had captured a group of human cultivators. Among them were 2 human female cultivators. Taoist Master Sui Ye invited Kong Liang to a banquet and offered the 2 human female cultivators to him as his 53rd and 54th concubines. Naturally, Taoist Master Kong Liang was happy to go. After a demon cultivator advanced to the core forging stage, they were no different from humans. Moreover, demon cultivators were more willing to appear in human form after advancing to the core forging stage. Taoist Master Sui Ye, dressed in a white robe, stood on the surface of the sea. The seawater under his feet automatically flowed, and the scenery on both sides quickly passed behind him like a flashing lantern. His speed was actually not inferior to that of an ordinary cultivator using a flying escape artifact. After an unknown period of time, the shadow behind Taoist Master Sui Ye suddenly moved under the moonlight. Taoist Master Sui Ye sensed it and turned his head to ask, "Yuing, what's the matter?" The shadow behind Taoist Master Sui Ye suddenly came to life and turned into a woman wearing a black veil. Only the outline of the black veil woman's outer appearance was exposed. She looked up at the sky and did not speak. Kong Liang followed the gaze of the woman in black and looked up at the sky. He saw that in the dark sky, there were 13 bright moons. In addition to the largest full moon, there were 12 smaller full moons around the full moon, but exuding a strange 5-colored light. They formed a circle around the real full moon, and the circle formed by these 12 small full moons just happened to envelop Taoist Master Sui Ye and the woman in black. Taoist Master Sui Ye's complexion changed greatly. He did not know when he had fallen into an ambush. Which scoundrel dares to plot against your grandpa Kong? Although perfected Kong Liang was deep in the ambush, he was not afraid and asked loudly. The surrounding sea was silent. No one answered immortal Kong Liang's question. Only the 12 small full moons in the sky that were emitting 5-colored rays of light became more and more dazzling. He's stalling for time. Those 12 5-colored lights are getting closer and closer to us. The black-clothed woman reminded unhurriedly. Perfected Kong Liang could naturally tell that the person did not want to meet him at all. This was an assassination, an ambush specifically targeted at him. Taoist Master Kong Liang's face turned solemn. A gourd emitting a 7-colored halo slowly rose from his hand. The black-robed woman, Yuing, had disappeared into Taoist Master Kong Liang's body. 12 small full moons finally fell from the sky, with Taoist Master Kong Liang as the center, surrounding him within a radius of 360 feet. At this time, Taoist Master Kong Liang could clearly see that the 12 full moons that were emitting 5-colored light were actually 12 crystal-clear pearls. While each pearl was emitting 5-colored light, there were 2 dense talisman patterns flowing on the surface of the pearl. This was actually a set of magic treasures, 12 identical magic treasures. This was troublesome. If such a set of magic treasures was not controlled by several people, then the one ambushing him should at least be a cultivator at the middle stage of core forging or above. In the east and west side of the circle formed by the 12 pearls, 2 bright lights suddenly burst out at the same time. Taoist Master Kong Liang's complexion suddenly changed. "Are you asking for help?" An ethereal voice slowly came over. "Who are you? You actually dare to ambush this Taoist? You really don't put my Kuan clan in your eyes." There was once again no sound from the sea, and the surrounding sea breeze also became silent. Taoist Master Kong Liang's face was as calm as water. He looked around and suddenly reached out to the sky. Then he slashed down. A thunderbolt flashed, and with a loud explosion, it smashed into one of the pearls. "In water lightning? As expected of the Kuan clan, you actually cultivated such a small spell." The ethereal voice from before sounded again, but there was a trace of surprise in its tone. In the world of cultivation, many spells had their own merits. Just like the attack power of sword cultivators was known as the number 1 in the world of cultivation, thunder spells were also known as the number 1 in destructive power. However, the Tao of Thunder was extremely difficult to achieve. Forcefully cultivating it would mostly harm oneself and others, especially the Great Thunder Divine Art. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, there might not be a single person who could successfully cultivate it. On the contrary, the number of cultivators who died cultivating this divine art was uncountable. It was precisely because the lightning god art was so hard to cultivate that people tried to use external forces to master the lightning god art. This way, the cultivation of the lightning god art was a lot easier, but its power was also greatly reduced, and it could only be used as a minor god art. This sunflower water in lightning was one of the lightning minor divine abilities, and the cultivation of this minor divine ability required the sunflower water essence, a heaven and earth wonder. Just as the water lightning exploded, the leisurely voice came again, suppressing mountain. The blue water suddenly lost its connection with Taoist Master Kong Liang, and the white cold mist seemed to dissipate, while the golden flying sword remained motionless in the air. Chapter 332. Taoist Master Kong Liang's full-strength attack was enough to kill a 5th-level core forging cultivator, but it was so easily resolved. Taoist Master Kong Liang knew that his attack was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. To be able to resolve his attack so easily, the person was definitely not someone he could fight against. Taoist Master Kong Liang was no longer in a hurry to escape. He wanted to know who was ambushing him. Taoist Master Kong Liang rose into the air, and the colorful gourd above his head suddenly spewed out a stream of earthy yellow quicksand. The quicksand was like smoke hanging down from the top of his head, protecting him in the middle. Taoist Master Kong Liang knew that the person who ambushed him was in the night sky above his head. Although there were only a few voices just now, Taoist Master Kong Liang could still sense that the voice came from above the 12 pearls. Just as Taoist Master Kong Liang slowly rose up, the voice suddenly came from the night sky again, God strike. The 12 pearls that surrounded Taoist Master Kong Liang suddenly moved. The pearls left behind a 5-colored afterimage in the night sky at a speed that cultivators could not measure. They flew in a seemingly disorderly manner and attacked Taoist Master Kong Liang from all directions. Taoist Master Kong Liang's expression changed greatly, but he did not panic. As soon as the 12 pearls dissolved his strongest attack, Taoist Master Kong Liang was already aware that he was going to die. The change in his expression could only be his instinctive fear of death. The colorful gourd once again spat out the previous thing, intending to make a final resistance. However, the wall of fire and the windshield could not stop the piercing of the pearls. The tearing force of the deep blue magnetic water was negligible to the entire formation. The white cold fog had just formed a wall of ice around Reverend Kong Liang, when it was shattered by the piercing pearls. The golden flying sword was hit by 3 pearls in a row, and the whole sword was wailing incessantly. Taoist Master Kong Liang once again used a defensive magic weapon to block in front of him, but there were dozens of consecutive explosions. The magic weapon was instantly hit by the pearls from dozens of different directions, and suddenly turned into fragments and fell into the sea. The earthy yellow light hanging down from the gourd merged with Taoist Master Kong Liang's small protective magical power, barely blocking the impact of the pearls for a moment. The yellow protective aura shield had long been riddled with holes, and a trace of blood constantly flowed out from the corner of Taoist Master Kong Liang's mouth. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly flashed in the dark night sky, and the shadow behind immortal Kong Liang seemed to fade a lot. I've been waiting for you. 2 sparkling jade bracelets suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was surrounded by a dense mist, and the water vapor on the surface of the sea quickly gathered around the jade bracelet. The other one suddenly ignited with a black flame, as if the night sky was burning. A hollow circular icicle surrounded Lu Ping. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping, but it was separated by the icicle. Although the daggers in the black shadow's hand sank into the icicle, they did not penetrate the icicle. At this moment, the black poisonous fire swept down, and the black shadow hurriedly retreated. However, the surface of the icicle was filled with cold air, and the pair of daggers were frozen in the icicle. The black shadow had no choice but to give up the daggers, but the black poisonous fire suddenly soared. A muffled sound came with a hint of softness. The back of the black shadow had been licked by the black prison poisonous fire. Although the black shadow's body also lit up with protective aura shield, the fire poison still followed the eruption of the black shadow's true essence. However, after escaping the burning of the black prison poisonous fire, The black shadow turned back and once again rushed towards Lu Ping. At this time Lu Ping was shocked by the black shadow. At this time the black shadow's aura was extremely tyrannical and explosive, and the true essence around its body was fluctuating. Looking at the black shadow's hazy face that revealed a trace of resolute temperament, Lu Ping was shocked. The other party was going to self-destruct his golden core. Yuan don't. Taoist Master Kong Liang shouted behind him, but at this time it was too late for him to stop the black shadow from self-destructing. You go quickly. The black shadow cultivator left this last sentence and rushed in the direction of Lu Ping with a resolute face. Taoist Master Kong Liang knew that the black shadow wanted him to take advantage of the impact of his self-destruction on the array to rush out with all his strength. Taoist Master Kong Liang screamed wildly, and his expression was already extremely crazy. The treasure in the colorful gourd spewed out again, but this time it rushed in the same direction. At the same time Taoist Master Kong Liang jumped into the sea, and a huge kuan fish that was dozens of feet in size, like a coral reef, emerged from the water. After the attack of the gourd, it desperately rushed out of the array. Want to leave? It's not that easy. A golden ray of light cut through the pitch-black night sky, as if it wanted to swallow the entire night into this golden crack. Great swordsmanship! The black shadow's shrill cries came to an abrupt end with a strong sense of unwillingness. After shattering his golden core, the black shadow, who had filled his blood with all of his true essence, suddenly split into two halves from head to toe like a deflated balloon and fell into the sea. The Genshin array was intact. No! Taoist Master Kong Liang, who had transformed into a demon body, looked at the fallen black shadow with deep sadness and despair. The attack of the colorful gourd did not have the slightest impact on the 12 Genshin array, but the huge body of the kuan fish had hit the entire array and made it shake. Lu Ping opened his hands and clenched them tightly. The 12 Genshin beads continued to launch God Strike. The huge kuan fish was instantly pierced with dozens of bowl-sized holes. Blood spurted from the wounds for dozens of feet. The entire sea was dyed bright red by the blood of the kuan fish. The entire life of the kuan fish seemed to be drained away with the blood that spurted out. Lu Ping waved his sword and the huge kuan fish was suddenly cut into two. A huge golden core inside suddenly collapsed and weathered in the air. A thick suffocating aura filled the array, but it quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. Obviously, this Taoist Master Kong Liang knew that Lu Ping would not let him go. He did not even have the thought of letting the golden core escape and reincarnate. Lu Ping shook his head with pity. He moved the entire huge kuan fish into the golden house, and the body of the shadowfish demon named Moon Shadow. At the same time he put the blood of the two demon beasts in a jade crystal bottle. These were all treasures. Lu Ping cleaned up the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. His body quickly turned into a stream of water and quietly left the scene of the battle. The last impact of Taoist Master Kong Liang's kuan fish had shaken the 12 Genshin array. The huge aura fluctuation would definitely alert the nearby demon beasts. Lu Ping had to quickly leave the demon territory before the demon beasts realized that Taoist Master Kong Liang had fallen. Lu Ping knew what it meant for a core forging stage kuan fish to be killed in the demon race. Not to mention this kuan fish seemed to be quite special. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea after Lu Ping left, the nearby demon beasts came to investigate. However, when they saw that the spiritual energy fluctuations on the surface of the sea had already calmed down, they only knew that there had been a great battle. However, no one knew the outcome of the battle. Among the demon beasts that rushed over was a black-robed man with a mouth full of white teeth. He was Taoist Master Suiya, who had invited Taoist Master Kong Liang to the banquet tonight. After Taoist Master Suiya checked the surrounding situation, he did not return to his cave residence like the other cultivators. Instead, he flew towards Taoist Master Kong Liang's cave residence with a trace of anxiety. Lu Ping sneaked all the way, avoiding the demon beast patrols. After leaving the demon race's sea area, he immediately flew towards Silver Sword Island at full speed. Finally, he returned to Silver Sword Island before dawn. Rainbow gourd, magic treasure feather fan, a jar of weak water, a bottle of spirit water, several jade slips, a variety of medicinal pills, spirit stones and spirit materials. Lu Ping rummaged through Taoist Master Kong Liang's storage artifact, But he did not find what he wanted. He inevitably felt a little depressed. He had risked his life to sneak into the demon race's sea area and assassinate Taoist Master Kong Liang. Now that he had caused such a disaster, he did not get what he wanted. Lu Ping smiled bitterly. He remembered that there was still a core forging stage Shadowfish Demon storage artifact that he had not searched. The Shadowfish Demon seemed to be Taoist Master Kong Liang's bodyguard. In the end, it did not hesitate to self-destruct to create an opportunity for Taoist Master Kong Liang to escape. The items in the Shadowfish Demon storage artifact were obviously a grade lower than Taoist Master Kong Liang's collection. In addition to a pair of magic treasure daggers, there was only the black muslin wrapped around her body. It seemed to be a special magic treasure for concealment. Unfortunately, it was cut in half by Lu Ping's Sea of All River sword art along with her clothes. In addition, there was a stone jar in the Shadowfish Demon storage artifact. After opening it, there was a jar of liquid that resembled a fragrant wine. Lu Ping's face was filled with joy. Lu Ping's action this time was originally just in case. He did not expect that he would really find this thing. Bejeweled nectar clear water. In Lu Ping's opinion, after Taoist Master Kong Liang obtained this heaven and earth mysterious treasure, he would definitely refine his eyes. He did not expect that not only did Taoist Master Kong Liang not use this heaven and earth mysterious treasure, but he also gave it to the Shadowfish Demon. At this time, Lu Ping did not think about why the Shadowfish Demon did not use this heaven and earth mysterious treasure to purify his eyes. His 3 pure true pupils' small magical ability had already condensed 2 heaven and earth mysterious treasure. The heaven and earth mysterious treasure. The heaven and earth mysterious treasure were most compatible with the heaven and earth mysterious treasure. After condensing the small magical ability, it would make the small magical ability even more mysterious. This was also the reason why Lu Ping took the risk to kill Taoist Master Kong Liang. Last time, after searching for the heaven and earth mysterious treasure with Fairy Sun, Lu Ping set his sights on this Kuan Fish Demon. At that time, the island they were searching for was occupied by Taoist Master Kong Liang. Unfortunately, at that time, Lu Ping's cultivation was not enough and he was not the Kuan Fish Demon's opponent. This time Lu Ping used the Heart Forging Pellet to raise his cultivation base to the 3rd layer Core Forging realm. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, he completely consolidated his cultivation base and condensed the 2nd seal in his 12 origin Chan beads. Only then did he make up his mind to take the risk to kill the monster Kuan Fish. After all, whether it was the bejeweled nectar or the jade nectar, they were both extraordinary treasures that could only be found by chance. So long as there was a chance, Lu Ping wouldn't let it go. Chapter 333. In all fairness, Taoist Master Kong Liang could be said to be the most tyrannical cultivator Lu Ping had ever encountered. Not to mention, he had the Shadowfish Demon on his side. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ping, who had laid out the 12 Genshin Grand Formation. Taoist Master Kong Liang could only welcome the fate of death. After obtaining the wine, Lu Ping's cultivation of a minor magical ability was in sight. Only then did he turn around and carefully examine his gains from the battle. Taoist Master Kong Liang was undoubtedly a wealthy person. Lu Ping's raid this time was like robbing a human-shaped treasure house. Taoist Master Kong Liang's feather fan was just an ordinary magic weapon, but Lu Ping was quite happy to hold it in his hands. In the hands of his 2 alchemy boy puppets, the medicine boy already had a magic weapon, the medicine pounding pestle. Although the fire boy had a magic weapon that was used to light the fire, it was undoubtedly far inferior to this magic weapon feather fan. After Lu Ping became a grandmaster alchemist, he had a higher demand for spirit herbs when he was concocting core forging realm medicinal pellets. In order to maximize the effectiveness of each spirit herb, the role of the herb pounding boy and the fire boy became more and more important. Therefore, the herb pounding pestle and feather fan also played an important role in the process of concocting medicinal pellets. However, what made Lu Ping even more surprised were the 2 kinds of spirit water. One was placed in a stone altar. It was a kind of heaven and earth strange 3000 week water. This kind of heaven and earth strange water's overbearing nature was comparable to the Kuei water essence that Lu Ping had used before. It was just right for Lu Ping to continue to strengthen his protective aura qi. The other kind was the more precious earth-level low-tier heaven and earth spirit water. The azure wave water. This was the sixth kind of heaven and earth spirit water that Lu Ping had obtained, and it was also the third kind of water attribute heaven and earth spirit water. Thinking about Taoist Master Kong Liang's peak third layer core forging stage cultivation, this kind of heaven and earth spirit water was prepared for him to advance to the mid-core forging stage, but now it was Lu Ping's good fortune. Of course, the most important thing was immortal Kong Liang's natal magic treasure, which was the colorful gourd. It was also a magic treasure that made Lu Ping quite curious. The entire gourd was clearly made from a top-grade spirit material. Even though its quality couldn't compare to that of a 9th-tier white jade lotus, it was not inferior to a 3rd-tier spirit material that had lost its spiritual nature. There were already 3 treasures condensed within the gourd, and there were 6 types of natural treasures of different attributes, namely metal, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind. Under the effects of the gourd, each of these natural treasures could be transformed into a type of powerful spell. In particular, the gourd contained 3 types of natural oddities of the water attribute, and it had already begun to brew into a minor magical power. It was the Yin thunder of Yin water that Lu Ping had seen before. Although he didn't have as many natural treasures of other attributes as he did with the water attribute natural treasures, under the effect of the gourd, although it was extremely difficult to compare to the Yin aqua Yin thunder, its power was still quite mysterious. Lu Ping looked at the gourd in his hand and frowned as he tried to recall something. He seemed to have heard of this gourd somewhere before. Could it be? The next moment Lu Ping looked at the colorful gourd in front of him in shock. Could it be the 7-treasure thunder gourd? According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, among the 7th patriarch Peng Laozu, who was the most powerful, had such a 7-treasure thunder gourd. Peng Laozu used the 7-treasure thunder gourd to travel in every corner of this world. The lightning gourd spat out 7 types of divine lightning of the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and ice. Each type of divine lightning was a great magical power that blew up this chaotic world. Finally, the 7 types of divine lightning combined into one, and Peng Laozu summoned an even more powerful supreme magical power of the pure thunder attribute from the lightning gourd. Finally, he cleared this world, and Peng Laozu used the 7-treasure thunder gourd and his supreme cultivation to establish himself as the number 1 of the 7th patriarch. The 7-treasure thunder gourd in Lu Ping's hand was, of course, not the 7-treasure thunder gourd. However, it was clear that Reverend Kong Liang was copying Peng Laozu's 7-treasure thunder gourd. In the 7-treasure thunder gourd, when 3 types of extraordinary items of each attribute were collected, and the gourd itself condensed 3 or more treasure restrictions, it would summon a type of Yin thunder from the gourd. Its power was comparable to a minor magical power. When the gourd itself had 7 treasure restrictions and 7 types of extraordinary items of a certain attribute, it would release divine lightning of that attribute under the effect of the lightning gourd, and its power would reach the level of a great magical power. The higher the quality of the thunder gourd, the more treasure restrictions it had refined, and the more extraordinary items it could hold. When the thunder gourd condensed 9 treasure restrictions to perfection, or even higher, and had 7 types of extraordinary items of each attribute, it would be possible to summon 7 types of divine lightnings from the thunder gourd. As for the highest level of 7 lightnings as one, summoning a supreme divine lightnings, no one in the cultivation world had been able to do so since Peng Laozu. In fact, in the cultivation world, there were many cultivators who imitated the 7 treasures thunder calabash. However, not to mention the supreme divine thunder, there were almost no divine thunders that could gather all 7 great divine thunders. Whether it was the quality of the calabash itself or the 49 heavenly oddities, it was not something that a cultivator could collect in their lifetime. Moreover, a treasure like the 7 treasures thunder calabash could not be passed down after attaining a great divine ability. After the cultivator died, the 7 treasures thunder calabash itself would also disintegrate. It could not be passed down like ordinary magic treasures. Only by gathering the power of several generations could the 7 treasures thunder calabash be completed. But even so, there were often cultivators in the cultivation world who could successfully cultivate 1 or 2 types of divine lightnings of the 7 treasure thunder gourd, making a great name for themselves in the cultivation world. The 7-colored gourd in Lu Ping's hand was clearly the magic treasure that Taoist Kong Liang used to cultivate according to the 7 treasure thunder gourd. It seemed that Taoist Kong Liang was really ambitious to try to complete such a treasure. But now Lu Ping benefited from it. However, Lu Ping would not want to complete the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd just because he obtained this treasure. Although the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd was powerful, it was extremely difficult to complete. Lu Ping did not want to waste his cultivation time looking for natural oddities all over the world. There were 49 types of natural oddities. Moreover, they were all different types, and there were many requirements for the natural oddities themselves. For example, the bejeweled nectar was also a natural oddities of water attribute, but it was not suitable to be used to condense the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd. This was also the reason why Taoist Kong Liang gave this treasure to his personal guard, the Shadowfish Demon. Lu Ping thought about it carefully. Although he did not value the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd, it was too famous in the cultivation world. So, he also took a drop of his heart's blood and carefully refined it. The 7-treasure Thunder Gourd disappeared in front of Lu Ping in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already in the core space of Lu Ping. The appearance of the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd caused the core space to shake again. The Najwan Cauldron, which was originally revolving around the golden core outside the 12 gentian pearls, was instantly pushed to the 3rd layer by the 7-treasure Thunder Gourd. The golden scale sword, on the other hand, was once again far away from the golden core and went to the 4th layer. At this time, Lu Ping had already realized that he had probably killed a very powerful existence in the demon race. There was always a thought in his mind that urged him to leave as soon as possible. However, he had agreed to meet Reverend Liang Xianfeng here and return to the North Sea together, so he could not leave first. Moreover, the Silver Sword Island was the 3rd largest island in Skyrend, and the front line of Skyren's resistance against the demon race. It was bound to be guarded by Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping also did not believe that the demon race could directly break through the Silver Sword Island. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Ping finished looking through the remaining dozen or so jade slips. Lu Ping happily picked out 2 jade slips with water attribute restrictions, one for attack and one for defense. Lu Ping's original 2 water attribute restrictions were of the attack attribute. They had already been condensed by Lu Ping into the gentian pearls and the golden scale sword. Now the golden scale sword was already a magic treasure with 3 restrictions, while the gentian pearls only had 2. Now that Lu Ping had 1 more in his hand, it could be considered as a timely help. As for the other defensive restriction, Lu Ping had other plans. He currently did not have a defensive magic treasure. The ice and fire rings were both offensive and defensive magic treasures, but they could only be used by Lu Ping as a defensive magic treasure when he ambushed Reverend Kong Liang. The 12 gentian formation was indeed powerful, but the Shadowfish Demon's final attack had also reminded Lu Ping that the 12 gentian formation was not yet complete. This restriction was the opportunity that Lu Ping was going to use to make up for the last loophole in the 12 gentian formation. The 12 gentian formation diagram. The 12 gentian formation was the failing sex life-bonded formation that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. How could it not be both offensive and defensive? The gentian formation's life-bonded formation diagram was the best defensive magic treasure for a cultivator. At the same time, the completion of the life-bonded formation diagram would also increase the power of the gentian formation to a higher level. However, Lu Ping had yet to refine the gentian formation's life-bonded formation diagram. Firstly, he did not have a suitable restriction treasure. Secondly, the 12 gentian pearls had already consumed an enormous amount of Zhanyuan. If he had a formation diagram, it would be even more difficult for Lu Ping to use his life-bonded magic treasure. In addition, Lu Ping was not good at refining magic treasures. Even though Lu Ping had already decided on a treasure to refine the life-bonded magic treasure, he had no choice but to delay the completion of the life-bonded magic treasure. Now, it seemed that refining the life-bonded magic treasure could not be delayed any longer. With the pearls and jade in front of him, the Shadowfish Demon's daggers did not look too conspicuous. Lu Ping organized the spirit herbs, materials and spirit stones in the 2 storage treasures. He found 8 3,000-year spirit herbs, a water attribute 2nd grade spirit material, and a wind attribute 2nd grade spirit material. He also found more than 20 high-grade spirit stones. In the distant depths of the Demon Clan Sea region, just as immortal Kong Liang fell, an angry roar came from the depths of the sea and rushed to the 9 heavens. Because of this roar, the calm sea surface turned into a monstrous tsunami. A dark blue streak of light was the first to disappear into the horizon. A moment later, several light blue streaks of light chased after the first streak of light. Lu Ping had already stayed on Silver Sword Island for 3 days. During these 3 days, he used the bejeweled nectar to cleanse his eyes while waiting for Taoist Liang Xuanfeng's arrival. On this day, Lu Ping was cultivating the Tripure True Eyes in the cultivation room when a heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from outside Silver Sword Island. The roar contained anger and pressure, forcing all the cultivators on the island to stop their cultivation. Many cultivators lost control of their Zhenyuan because it was too sudden, resulting in internal injuries. When Lu Ping came out of his cave residence, he saw a soul-stirring scene. A tsunami the size of a mountain surged from the distant sea. The cultivators of Silver Sword Island cried out in alarm as it crashed towards the island. The huge wave was enough to completely submerge the island, which had a circumference of more than 250 kilometers. Chapter 334. Such a powerful technique must have come from the hands of a Dharma adept. Lu Ping couldn't help but gulp when he saw the waves crashing down on the island. Was this the might of Dharma idol Laozu? As the many cultivators on Silver Sword Island were in a state of panic, a large, colorful barrier suddenly appeared in the sky above Silver Sword Island to envelop the entire island. It's the island's grand formation. The island's grand formation has been activated. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the island immediately calmed down when the grand formation was activated. Suddenly, a flash of light that caused the hearts of all the cultivators on Silver Sword Island to tremble flashed out. It was as though the Milky Way was flowing in reverse. The massive wave of seawater that charged into the 9 heavens collapsed like a giant that had been cleaved in half. Only a portion of the massive amount of seawater smashed against the surface of the ocean. Due to the impact of the falling seawater, the entire island's great array shook a few times. The hearts of the cultivators on Silver Sword Island twitched as the great array shook. Only when the great array was unscathed did they calm down. Only then did everyone recall the terrifying white light that had just flashed past. But they had no recollection of it. Only Lu Ping recalled the white light with a look of shock. Due to his spiritual sense being far superior to everyone else's, coupled with the power of Lu Ping's 3 pure eyes, Lu Ping was able to capture the essence of the white light the moment it appeared. It was a streak of sword light, and a great swordsmanship art at that. There weren't any earth-shattering phenomena when it was used, but it was silent and fast to the extreme. The others couldn't capture it with their spiritual sense, and they only felt their blood run cold in the blink of an eye. The sword seemed to split the heavens with a single slash. Splitting the heavens with a single slash was the true essence of Skyrend. This was Skyrend's true great swordsmanship art. If it wasn't for Lu Ping's deep attainments in swordsmanship, even he wouldn't have been able to judge the white light. The towering waves outside the island were clearly a great art as well, but they were destroyed by the white light. Even though the waves still crashed into the island's grand formation, their power had been greatly reduced, and they no longer posed a threat to the formation. After the massive wave receded, the cultivators who had just calmed down exclaimed once more. Far away in the distance where the sky and the water met, a silver line appeared once more. As the silver line moved forward, another massive wave gradually took shape. Unquestionably, it was still moving forward towards Silver Sword Island. When the wave approached, a cultivator pointed at it and shouted, "Look! There are cultivators rapidly flying in front of the wave." Everyone looked into the distance and saw that there were 8 or 9 core forging cultivators desperately flying forward, as if there was a terrifying monster chasing after them. As the wave drew closer and closer, the cultivator at the back suddenly attacked the cultivator in front of him. The cultivator in front of him was caught off guard. Although he blocked the attack, he couldn't help but stop himself. The last cultivator took advantage of the opportunity to overtake him. By the time the cultivator who had stopped moving, it was already too late. A water arm abruptly emerged from the waves to entangle the cultivator. Without being able to put up any resistance, the cultivator was dragged into the ocean waters. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. With the 3 pure eyes, he could clearly see that the one flying in the middle was Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng. Although enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng was also in a sorry state, he wasn't injured at all. Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he muttered to himself, with enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation base and wind elemental spells, how could he only be in the middle of the core forging realm cultivators? At this moment the tide caught up again. The cultivator who had plotted against one of the cultivators summoned his own magic treasure. Just as he was about to use the same trick, he saw the two enlightened masters flying in front of him suddenly turn around and attack the cultivator with their magic treasures. The cultivator clearly didn't expect this to happen. He could only let out a miserable cry before he was swept away by the wave. The cultivators on Silver Sword Island were speechless and looked at each other. In a moment of life and death, the ugliness of human nature began to show itself without the slightest scruple. At this moment, only 7 cultivators were left on the sea, flying towards Silver Sword Island. Kongshang Laozu, do you really think there's no one in Skyrend? A dignified and heavy voice resounded, and its tone contained a trace of anger that couldn't be concealed. It's Wondrous Sword Laozu. That's right. With Wondrous Sword Laozu, Silver Sword Island is impregnable. The 7 core forging cultivators were overjoyed when they heard Wondrous Sword Laozu's words. They flew even faster towards Silver Sword Island. Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng was still in the middle of the group. A rumbling voice seemed to come from the bottom of the sea, but also from the heavens and earth. Wondrous Sword, hand over the murderer of my beloved grandson, or I, Kongshang, will make your Silver Sword Island sink into the sea forever. These humans' minor repairs are just interest collected by the old man. A sigh rang out as Wondrous Sword Laozu's voice rang out again. This time, it was directed at the 7 fleeing cultivators. Fellow Taoists, Silver Sword Island's defensive array has been activated. The old man will hold them off for a moment. You all should quickly run elsewhere. Silver Sword Island's defensive array had been activated, and the Yao cultivators were on the verge of attacking the island. Clearly, Wondrous Sword Laozu would not give the Yao cultivators an opportunity to attack, and put Silver Sword Island in danger, just because of these 7 cultivators. Hearing that, the faces of the 7 fleeing cultivators revealed looks of despair. However, 4 of them had already flown towards one side of Silver Sword Island. The other 3, including Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng, continued flying towards Silver Sword Island. After a sigh, a white sword beam streaked across the surface of the sea once more. This time, the cultivators from Silver Sword Island were finally able to see that the white sword beam was actually a sword beam. The deep ocean was seemingly cleaved apart by the sword beam, and the surging ocean tide immediately fell into the gap created by the sword beam. Pausing for a moment, the cultivators from Silver Sword Island looked at the cultivators who were still flying towards Silver Sword Island with pity on their faces. Clearly, Skyrend would not open up the passageway to the island for the sake of the 3 cultivators. As for the 4 cultivators who were flying in other directions, they would not necessarily be able to escape the besiegement of the Yao cultivators. Thus, Wondrous Sword Laozu was clearly doing his best and leaving it to fate. After buying them some time, Wondrous Sword Laozu stopped attacking. After breaking free from the obstruction created by Wondrous Sword Laozu's sword technique, the ocean tide rapidly surged forward once more. Additionally, the ocean tide rose higher and higher, seemingly having regained the power of the first wave. Suddenly, 3 hands made from essence energy shot out from the ocean tide to grab the 3 cultivators who were flying towards Silver Sword Island. Finally, Dharma Idol Laozu took action. Right at this moment, Reverend Liang Xianfeng, who had been advancing side by side, suddenly made a move and shot out a green wind wheel behind him. The flowing cloud boat appeared beneath his feet, and a green stream of air swirled around the boat. At the same time, he made hundreds of different hand seals with both hands. The hand made from essence energy, which was moving towards Sage Liang Xianfeng, collided against the cyan-colored wind wheel. Before the wind wheel dissipated away, the cultivators from Silver Sword Island gaped as it sliced off 1/3 of the hand made from essence energy. That was Dharma Idol Laozu's attack. Clearly Laozu, who was hiding somewhere, did not expect a core forging stage cultivator to be able to unravel his attack. 1/3 of the hand that was sliced off by the wind wheel was restored. Additionally, it appeared even more powerful. At the same time, the other 2 hands made from essence energy sped up to grab the other 2 cultivators. Suddenly, Sage Liang Xuanfeng's aura surged. Only then did the cultivators from Silver Sword Island realize that there was a level 9 core forging stage expert hidden amongst the fleeing cultivators. It would be a pity for a cultivator who was only one step away from the Dharma idol stage to die here. Sage Liang Xuanfeng's entire body transformed into a gigantic wind wheel that suddenly overtook the other two cultivators. As the cultivators from Silver Sword Island cried out in alarm, they charged towards the island's protective array. Naturally, Lu Ping could tell that enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng was planning to break through the island's protective array formation. Enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng was passionate about traveling the world and exploring ruins and cave dwelling. Thus, he was very experienced in breaking through the island's protective array formation. Although the Silver Sword Island's protective array formation was guarded by an avatar great ancestor, enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng still wanted to take a gamble. If he escaped in another direction with his 9th layer core forging realm cultivation base, he would only attract the pursuit of the monster cultivator grand ancestor. Just as everyone watched Liang Xianfeng crash into the island's protective formation, a golden sword light suddenly erupted from the Silver Sword Island, bringing with it an indomitable aura as it slashed towards the formation that Liang Xianfeng was crashing into. For a moment, the flying swords and magic treasures in the hands of the cultivators on Silver Sword Island trembled. Many people exclaimed, "Great sword art! It's another great sword art! He's receiving the cultivator outside the island. Are they accomplices?" As the cultivators on Silver Sword Island exclaimed, Sage Liang Xuanfeng's gale and Lu Ping's 100 rivers flow into the sea struck the same spot on the island's protective array at the same time. Amidst the deafening rumble, Lu Ping's golden scale sword only pierced through the island's protective array formation's tip. Meanwhile, enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's hundreds of hand seals flowed through the sword tip and into the array formation. In the blink of an eye, the hole in the array formation was torn to a size big enough for a person to pass through. Sage Liang Xianfeng leaped into the array and waved his hand to disperse the dermic powers of the hundreds of hand seals. The hole in the island's protective array rapidly closed, and the hand seals behind him followed closely. However, the multicolored color on the island's protective array suddenly deepened. The hand seals bombarded it, causing the entire array to shake once more. However, the array itself remained unscathed. Only then did Lu Ping realize that Silver Sword Island's Fa Xiang Laozu had probably held back. Otherwise, the island's protective array would have been able to withstand Kong Shang's attack and come out unscathed. If Laozu had made up his mind not to give Sage Liang Xianfeng a chance, even if Lu Ping and Sage Liang Xianfeng worked together, they wouldn't have been able to break the island's protective array. At that moment, two more miserable cries came from outside the array. The two cultivators who had fled to Silver Sword Island with Sage Liang Xianfeng had died. A cold snort came from the center of Silver Sword Island. Sage Liang Xianfeng swayed while Lu Ping's face paled. He felt a splitting headache and nearly fell to the ground. Sage Liang Xianfeng extended his hand and bowed towards the center of Silver Sword Island. "Thank you for showing mercy, Senior." Lu Ping thanked him as well. The two ignored the surprised gazes of the cultivators on the island and hurried towards Silver Sword Island. Chapter 335. Uncle Master, where are we going? Lu Ping followed Perfected Liang Xianfeng as they sprinted towards the center of Silver Sword Island. "We're leaving Silver Sword Island." Perfected Liang Xianfeng did not slow down even after saying those words. However, he still maintained a calm expression that no one could tell that he was anxious. Lu Ping hesitated. "Uncle Master, I don't think it's appropriate for us to leave just like that." Perfected Liang Xianfeng turned to look at Lu Ping and sighed. "Kongshang Laozu is just a cover. I'm afraid Silver Sword Island won't be able to hold on much longer. We have to leave before the teleportation formation is sealed. If the demons launch a full-scale attack, Silver Sword Island will seal the teleportation formation for the sake of a common enemy, allowing entry but not exit." Lu Ping took a deep breath and whispered, "Then why don't we tell the cultivators on Silver Sword Island? If the island falls, how many cultivators will survive?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng could not help but scold. "How many people will believe you? Silver Sword Island is one of the 3 major islands of Skyrend. Skyrend will definitely defend it to the death, unless it's absolutely necessary. The moment you say that, The cultivators of Skyrend will first punish you for disturbing the morale of the army. Lu Ping was stunned and did not say anything else. Skyrend might know that the demons were launching a full-scale attack, but they did not spread the news. Lu Ping's heart turned cold. Skyrend wants to use all the cultivators on Silver Sword Island to fight against the demons. Even if they can't defend Silver Sword Island, they'll deal a heavy blow to the demons. As expected, Patriarch Kongshang's attack had taken up too much of Patriarch Wondrous Sword's attention. By the time the two of them arrived at Silver Sword Island's teleportation array, it was still open. On the contrary, many cultivators had heard that the Yao race was besieging the island and rushed over to help. Enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng and Lu Ping looked at each other. It was too late for them to use the long-distance teleportation array as it would take too long. Not only did they have to get permission from the Silver Sword Island cultivators, but they also had to inform the cultivators at the destination beforehand. But now, the Silver Sword Island was likely to close the teleportation array soon. To Golden Sword Island. Sage Liang Xianfeng handed a bag of spirit stones to the cultivator from Sky Fisher Sword faction, and the two of them stood on the teleportation array. Soon, the teleportation array lit up and a group of cultivators from Sky Fisher Sword faction, each carrying a great sword on their back, walked towards the teleportation array. The three enlightened masters in the lead said something to the cultivator guarding the teleportation array. The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation abruptly turned his head and said, "Close the teleportation formation. From now on, Silver Sword Island will be under martial law. No one is allowed to leave." The cultivator had only just said that when the teleportation formation shone brightly. Perfected Liang Xianfeng and Lu Ping disappeared into the light. In the end, Skyrend was still one step too late. By the time the two of them arrived at Heaven Essence City from Golden Sword Island, 3 days had already passed. Long-distance teleportation formations were so troublesome. Not only did each teleportation cost a great deal of spirit stones, there was also a limit to the number of teleportation slots. The cultivators on both sides had to make preparations in advance to prevent people from plotting against them. Along the way, Lu Ping told Perfected Liang Xianfeng about some of the important things that had happened to him over the past few years. Perfected Liang Xianfeng was very impressed. "I didn't think you'd manage your own force in the Fallen Secret region. It's a treasure land. If you manage it well, it'll be a rich foundation for your future cultivation. Unfortunately, we have to return to Jingzhi Island as soon as possible. Otherwise, we could take a look at your Soundwave Manor." Lu Ping asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry, Uncle Master? What's wrong with staying on my Zongling Island for a couple of days?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng said, "I'm afraid it won't work this time. I've already received a decree from Celestial Phenomenon Laozu. I need to return to Jingzhi Island as soon as possible. You and I will rest for a day. Tomorrow we'll have to cross the Fallen Secret region. Although there won't be much danger along the way, the humans and demons of the East Sea have already started fighting. We need to be careful. This trip will take at least half a month." Lu Ping hesitated and asked, "Uncle Master, are you guarding Perfected Plum from the Listening Villa?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng looked at Lu Ping and said, "That's right. Then has she entered the Dharma stage?" "Not yet, but she has passed the most dangerous period. She has merged with a mid-tier heaven spirit item and achieved an 8th-tier golden core. Although there are still a few more hurdles before she can enter the Dharma stage, I believe with her ability, she won't give anyone a chance." Perfected Liang Xianfeng sighed. At the same time, there was a hint of envy in his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't ask too much about her and don't tell anyone else. She has too many conflicts with our sect. It's useless to talk about it now." The next day, just as the two were about to leave Qianyuan City, a piece of news that shook the North Sea spread. The Silver Sword Island had been conquered by the demons. For a moment, the East Sea was in an uproar. The Silver Sword Island was one of the 5 major sects of the East Sea, one of the 3 major bases of Skyrend. The island was guarded by the Dharma Laozu all year round, but it was easily conquered after being surrounded by the demons for 3 days. However, when more detailed information arrived, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This time the Kuan clan had gone crazy. They actually sent 3 Dharma Laozu led by Kongshang Laozu. In addition to the 3 Dharma Laozu from other clans, a total of 6 Laozu besieged the Silver Sword Island. Although a sword comprehension Laozu from Skyrend and 2 Laozu from the nearby sects came to help, the Silver Sword Island was still outnumbered. After using the island's protective formation to injure the 2 Dharma Laozu, the sword comprehension Laozu from Skyrend was also heavily injured. The Silver Sword Island's protective formation was broken, and the demons launched a large-scale attack on the island. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. The human cultivators had no choice but to retreat, and the Silver Sword Island fell. It was said that more than 30 core forging realm experts from the Silver Sword Island had fallen in this battle, and even more were heavily injured. The remaining blood condensation realm cultivators were also innumerable. Due to the island's protective formation, the demonic cultivators suffered even greater losses. They had lost more than 40 core forging realm experts. However, the gains from conquering the Silver Sword Island were more than enough for the demonic cultivators to recoup their losses. It was said that the Kuan clan had launched a large-scale attack on the island, because one of Kong Shang Laozu's grandsons had been assassinated by a human cultivator. In a fit of rage, Kong Shang Laozu had gathered so many cultivators to conquer the Silver Sword Island. The humans and demons had been enemies for a long time. Although the death of Kong Shang Laozu's grandson wasn't the main reason, it was still a trigger. In a short period of time, the human cultivator who had assassinated Kong Shang Laozu's grandson became the most famous figure in the East Sea. At this time, the most famous figure in the East Sea was carefully traversing the inner layer of the fallen secret land with Reverend Liang Xianfeng. The inner layer was mostly occupied by the East Sea's large forces, rogue cultivators, independent forces, and even demon cultivators. The cultivators stationed here were at least in the late core forging stage, so it wasn't unusual for Reverend Laozu to appear here. Moreover, the special characteristics of the fallen secret land meant that humans, demons and humans would always assume the worst of each other. Killing and robbing was normal, but they would never provoke someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Reverend Liang Xianfeng carefully released his late core forging stage aura along the way. He didn't provoke them, nor did he show any signs of weakness, so their journey was smooth. After flying in the fallen mystery land for over 10 days, a mid-sized island with a circumference of over 100 miles finally showed its vague outline in the secret land, which was shrouded in mist all year round. Jingzha Island was the stronghold that Jinling had established in the fallen secret land. One of Jinling's 3 mid-Dharma Laozu cultivators, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu, was stationed here. Before the 2 of them reached Jingzha Island, they saw 2 cultivators flying towards them. "Is that Brother Xianfeng?" Reverend Liang Xianfeng laughed and said, "Are you Brother Xuanrong and Brother Xiantong?" "I am Xianfeng." When they got closer, Lu Ping finally got a good look at Reverend Xuanrong and Reverend Xiantong. They looked to be in their 40s, but Reverend Xuanrong already had a long beard. "Brother, who is this young friend?" Reverend Xuanrong asked curiously when he saw Lu Ping standing beside Reverend Liang Xianfeng. "Haha, this is Sister Xuanling's disciple. His surname is Lu, and his name is Xianping." Reverend Liang Xianfeng pointed at Lu Ping and introduced him to the 2. Lu Ping stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Ping greets the 2 uncle masters. Reverend Xuanrong and Reverend Xiantong looked at each other in shock and hurriedly said, "Martial nephew Xianping, please rise." When Lu Ping stood up straight, Reverend Xuanrong sighed and said, "I heard that Sister Xianling took in a male disciple about 10 years ago. He was only at the 8th level of the blood condensation realm when he went missing during the beast tide. Who would have thought that in just a few years martial nephew Lu's cultivation would have reached such a level? It's really amazing." Although Reverend Xuanrong addressed Lu Ping as a martial nephew, his tone showed that he was treating Lu Ping as a peer. Lu Ping smiled. "Back then, martial nephew Xianling was framed by vile people. Luckily, I didn't die and obtained some opportunities in the East Sea. That's how I broke through to the core forging stage." Reverend Xiantong nodded. "We've heard about what happened to you. I heard that Sister Xianling lost her temper and even angered some people. But you came back at the right time." Lu Ping was puzzled. Reverend Liang Xianfeng was surprised. "Could it be?" Reverend Xiantong nodded. "That's right. A few days ago, we received news that Sister Xianling has successfully condensed her Dharma form, becoming our sect's 8th Dharma form, Laozu. The sect will hold a Dharma form assembly for her in a month's time, inviting all the sects in the North Sea to congratulate her. Martial nephew Lu's cultivation has improved greatly, which is great news for Sister Xianling. Lu Ping was overjoyed. Is that true, Uncle Master? But then he realized that his words were inappropriate. It was as if he was questioning Reverend Xiantong. Reverend Xiantong didn't mind. He smiled. Of course. Please return to the island. Brother Xianfeng, you should go and see Uncle Master Tianxiang first. Don't let him wait too long. Chapter 336. Jingzha Island was one of Jinling's bases in the perished mystic land. After many years of nurturing, there was now a mid-sized spirit vein on the island. Other than Tianxiang Laozu, Jinling's 12 core forging enlightened masters were stationed here, and the rest were over 100 blood condensation disciples. This showed how much Jinling valued this place. Lu Ping followed enlightened Master Xian Rong to a cave abode to rest, while enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng followed enlightened Master Xian Tong to meet Tianxiang Laozu. On the second day, Lu Ping continued to wash his eyes with the bejeweled water in his cave dwelling. Suddenly someone came to visit him. Lu Ping walked out of the cave abode and saw two cultivators looking at him. Lu Ping was surprised to see them, but he smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Wei Zihan and Senior Martial Brother Su Zipping, it's been more than 10 years since we last met on Failing Island. Please come in. The two people outside the cave were the two cultivators who led the battle with Lu Ping against the early blood condensation cultivators on Failing Island. In the end, they defeated Xianling sect's Jinling. When the two saw Lu Ping, they were stunned and didn't know what to say. But Lu Ping already invited them. Seeing that Lu Ping's attitude towards them didn't change after he advanced to the core forging realm, they heaved a sigh of relief. After the two of them entered the cave abode, Su Zipping smiled bitterly and said, During the trip to Failing Island, Junior Martial Brother was the strongest among us. After that, all of us advanced to the mid-blood condensation realm and became disciples of our respective masters. Then we were sent to the perished mystic realm to train ourselves. I thought we would be one of the strongest cultivators in the same realm as us, but after seeing you today, Junior Martial Brother, I feel ashamed. Wei Zihan also said, Previously, I heard from Martial Uncle Xian Tong that there was another core forging disciple named Lu Xianping under the Heavenly Spirit Ancestor. We were still a little suspicious, but now that we have seen the real person, we no longer have any doubts. It's just that Junior Brother's advancement in cultivation is too strange, and we no longer have any desire to compete. When Lu Ping heard the two of them talking about him, he smiled and said, Senior Brothers, you must be joking. My cultivation advancement was only a result of luck, and not my own hard work. I was influenced by many external forces, and I'm afraid that I'll have to spend a lot of time polishing myself in the future. On the other hand, Senior Brothers, you've already reached the peak of the blood condensation realm, and your foundations are solid. I believe that you'll be able to advance to the core forging realm soon. Hearing Lu Ping's praise, Su Ziping laughed heartily and said, Thank you, Junior Martial Brother. Speaking of which, the two of us came to visit Junior Martial Brother not only to visit an old friend, but also because we have something to ask of you. Lu Ping knew that there must be a reason for their visit, so he said, Senior Brothers, please speak. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Wei Zihan smiled and said, With Junior Brother's words, we can rest assured. We know that Junior Brother was already an alchemist when you were still in the blood condensation realm. In the past, you were famous in our sect for refining the half-step forging face-retaining pill. Now that Junior Brother has advanced to the core forging realm, your alchemy skills must have improved greatly, so we would like to ask Junior Brother to refine a pill for us. When Su Zipeng saw Lu Ping's confusion, he said, It's a type of medicinal pellet that can help one break through to the core forging stage. It's called the thought-melting pellet. We've already prepared the recipe for this pellet, as well as the required spirit herbs. We only need to trouble Junior Martial Brother to refine it. According to our sect's rules, Junior Martial Brother can have 1/3 of the refined pellet. Lu Ping used his divine sense to check the thought pill recipe. He discovered that the effect of this pill was similar to the thought enchantment pill. It was slightly inferior to the 7-step marked pill, but it was still considered one of the best pills that could help in breaking through to the core forging realm. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll leave the spiritual herbs here. I'll be staying on Jingzhi Island for a few days. Senior brothers can come pick up the pill the day after tomorrow." When the two heard this, they were overjoyed. After exchanging greetings for a while, they left. With Lu Ping's current alchemy skills, refining these half-step core forging realm pills could easily reach more than 70% success rate. The two of them prepared 2 sets of spiritual herbs for refining the thought pill, and the rest was for Lu Ping himself. This was the rule of the alchemy world. If Lu Ping declined modestly, it would cause trouble. Not to mention, once Liang Xianfeng testified, the news of him becoming an alchemy master would probably be known by other cultivators on the island. At that time, the ones who would trouble him would be his martial uncles in the core forging realm. Lu Ping only spent a day to concoct the sense-dissolving pellets. With his current alchemy skills and the help of the Nachuan cauldron and the blue spirit fire, he managed to produce a total of 15 sense-dissolving pellets from the 2 cauldrons. Lu Ping kept 5 of them and gave the remaining 10 to the duo. However, after the thought pill was refined, the Jinling cultivators on Jingzhi Island, especially the core forging realm masters, seemed to have received some news. Several people came to Lu Ping one after another, offering the pill recipe and spiritual herbs, hoping to refine some medicinal pills. However, these medicinal pills were already at the core forging realm. Lu Ping had a limited return date, so he only took a few furnaces of spiritual herbs to refine early-stage core forging realm medicinal pills. With his current alchemy skills, if he refined early-stage core forging realm medicinal pills, he could reach 50 to 60% success rate. If he refined middle-stage medicinal pills, his success rate would only be 30 to 40%. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ping to refine these medicinal pills. He had not tried the late-stage core forging realm medicinal pills, but he had at least refined 2 medicinal pills for the half-step transcendence realm. One was the Bell Cauldron pill, and the other was the Forging Heart pill. It was just that the cost of refining these 2 medicinal pills was too high, and there was also an element of luck involved. After spending a few more days, Lu Ping finished refining the medicinal pills for the uncle masters. Due to the scarcity of spiritual herbs, it was not uncommon for middle-stage core forging realm cultivators to use early-stage core forging realm medicinal pills to cultivate. In addition, the Jinling cultivators on Jingzhi Island were isolated overseas, so the cultivation supplies they had were even more scarce. Although Jingzhi Island was rich in resources, there was no alchemy master here. Everyone could not cook without rice. It was not easy to meet Lu Ping, so they naturally would not let him go easily. A day before Lu Ping returned to the North Sea, Liang Xianfeng came to Lu Ping's cave residence and said, "Uncle Master Qianxiang wants to see you." Lu Ping was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly got up and followed Liang Xianfeng to the cave residence in the center of Jingzhi Island. Other than Hongye Laozu from the Northern Alliance, this was the second Dharma Laozu that Lu Ping had seen, and he was one of the 3 mid-Dharma Laozu in Jinling. His expression was solemn. When Lu Ping saw Qianxiang Laozu, he was not in the cave residence, but in a spiritual herb garden. Qianxiang Laozu was dressed in an ordinary farmer's robe and wore a bamboo hat. He looked like an old farmer, tending to the plants in the spiritual herb garden. Seeing Lu Ping and Liang Xianfeng arrive, the old farmer patted the soil off his hands, then straightened up and said, "You're here? Come and have a cup of tea." Lu Ping bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." Qianxiang Laozu walked to a pavilion and waved for the two to come over. He looked at Lu Ping and said, "That last Xianling has taken in a good disciple." Qianxiang Laozu sat down, and only then did Liang Xianfeng and Lu Ping sit down. Qianxiang Laozu smiled and said, "Back then we thought that we could teach disciples like Tianlin, Xianling, Xianhum, and we were already very happy. We were also very happy that your uncle Master Xianfeng could achieve what he has today. However, we did not expect that in your generation, your achievements would even surpass your teachers and uncle masters. It seems that Jinling has a bright future." Lu Ping listened quietly on the side and didn't answer. Enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng smiled and said, "Isn't this all because of the hard work of the uncles and martial uncles? We're just inheriting the legacy of the seniors." Qianxiang Laozu did not comment and continued, "Now that the humans and demons are at war, I'm afraid that the Central Plains will not be peaceful anymore. If Jinling wants to take this opportunity to rise, It will be very difficult. The resistance of the demon race, the resistance of the human race, and even the internal conflicts of our sect. There are many things to worry about. If we want to break through these difficulties, we still have a long way to go. This time, even perfected Liang Xianfeng was silent. Tianxiang Laozu continued, "It's fine if it's external resistance. We just need to unite against a common enemy. But the problem is that there are some things that we need to resolve, some things that we need to be flexible, and some things that we need to rely on others. In any case, I, junior sister Tian Shui, and junior brother Tian Fan mean that no matter what happened between the two of you in the past, in the face of a great enemy, the safety of the sect is the highest priority. You can think of ways to resolve your own problems, and if you can't put down your pride, you can settle it through the juniors. You can be at loggerheads, but you must not fight amongst yourselves." Tianxiang Laozu's words were not fierce, but every word seemed to have magical powers, directly nailing into Lu Ping's heart. As if waiting for the two of them to digest what he had said, Tianxiang Laozu raised his teacup and took a sip, then said, "In a few years, I will be going through my second trial. If I pass it, I won't need Tian Shui and Tian Fan to work together to fight against that old man Dao Shang. If I can't pass it, I believe that with Tian Lin and Xianling advancing to the Dharma stage, Xianling sect will not dare to make things difficult for me, Xinling. Moreover, Xianfeng, when that time comes, you will also be at the Dharma stage. With the help of the spirit forging pill, I believe that Xuanqing and Xuanshan's achievements will not be any weaker than yours. It's just a pity for Xianin, if not for what happened back then, his cultivation would still be above yours." Lu Ping was shocked. Today, he had unintentionally learned many secrets of the sect. It seemed that Tianxiang Laozu's cultivation had already reached the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. If he wanted to advance to the late Dharma stage and become the top existence in the world of cultivation, it seemed that he still had to go through a life-and-death ordeal. Coming out from the spiritual herb garden, Liang Xianfeng walked in silence, as if he had a lot of things on his mind. Lu Ping was also full of doubts, but he did not know how to ask. From Tianxiang Laozu's words, it was not hard to tell that the sect was not as united as a piece of iron. However, this was not a big deal. A large sect with tens of thousands of people, how could everyone be united? As long as the high-level cultivators had a sense of the big picture and did not fall apart, the sect would not collapse on its own. Lu Ping knew that these words were definitely meant for Liang Xuanfeng's generation. This time, Liang Xianfeng had also followed Lu Ping back to Tianling Mountain. Lu Ping guessed that Liang Xuanfeng's return this time was probably to make the final preparations to advance to the Dharma stage. In recent years, Liang Xianfeng had already begun to fuse the Tianfeng leaves into his golden elixir, and it was now time to see if he could form a golden elixir that was above the 7th grade. However, Lu Ping did not know if Tianxiang Laozu's words were also slightly related to him, but Lu Ping was more willing to believe that Tianxiang Laozu said these words for him to try his best to resolve the enmity of the previous generation, because at least when Lu Ping returned this time, he would at least have his revenge. Leng Qian was fine after all. Master had not expelled her from the sect, and Lu Ping had to consider Master's feelings. If Master found evidence of Yuan Zhan framing him, Lu Ping would really dare to annihilate the Yuan family. The next day, under the sending off of several core forging stage perfected masters, Wei Zihen, Su Ziping, and the others on the island, the long-distance teleportation array on Jingzhe Island slowly opened. Lu Ping and Liang Xianfeng were gradually drowned in the dazzling light. When Lu Ping reappeared, he had reappeared in the North Sea that he had been away from for several years. Chapter 337. Tianling Mountain was still filled with lush greenery, chirping birds, and the fragrance of flowers. Lu Ping and perfected Liang Xianfeng agreed on a time to visit, then flew towards Chonghua Prefecture. At this time there were many blood condensation cultivators around Chonghua Prefecture. Because perfected Lu Xianling had advanced to the Dharma stage, the entire Xinling sect was busy preparing for the Dharma assembly. Looking at the joyful faces of the cultivators, it was obvious that the appearance of every Dharma manifestation Laozu had a great impact on a sect. This was especially so for a place like the North Sea where the overall cultivation situation was far inferior to the East Sea. The birth of a Dharma manifestation Laozu could directly affect the balance of the entire North Sea cultivation world. The cultivators along the way were all puzzled when they saw Lu Ping walking towards them. However, when they got closer and sensed the unfathomable aura from Lu Ping, they all became respectful. Lu Ping didn't mind at all. After he became enlightened Master Lu Xuanling's disciple, other than attending lectures and asking for advice on cultivation problems, he rarely returned to Tianling Mountain. Instead, he cultivated in his own cave dwelling on Huangli Island. Many years had passed, and he did not know the situation on Huangli Island. Huangli Island was located at the outermost part of the buffer zone. After the beast tide, it would probably be the first place to be attacked by the beasts. Judging from the security on Huangli Island at that time, it was very likely that the island had already been attacked by the beasts. It was a pity that the cave abode was not there. Lu Ping had already gathered 5 mini-spirit veins there. There were also some cultivators who recognized Lu Ping and looked shocked. They were obviously surprised by the reappearance of Lu Ping, the 9th disciple of Chonghua Prefecture who had been missing for many years. Most cultivators thought that he was dead. Coupled with Lu Ping's core forging cultivation, this surprise turned into shock. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ping's identity, cultivation base, and some legends about him spread like wildfire. Whether it was intentional or not, the sudden appearance of a core forging realm cultivator was enough to attract the attention of the cave dwellings on Tianling Mountain, as well as the clans in Zhanling sect's territory. Not to mention, this core forging realm cultivator was a little special. For example, his teacher was the newly advanced Dharma manifestation Laozu Lu Tianling. For example, after this disciple went missing, Lu Xianling and Xian Chan, 2 core forging experts, joined hands to wreak havoc in the Yuan family, smashing the Yuan family's manor into pieces. It seemed to be related to this disciple's disappearance. When this disciple went missing, he was only at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the 3rd layer of the core forging realm. Where did he go? What did he encounter? Why did he come back at this time? For a moment, Lu Ping's return was like a small stone thrown into the surging undercurrents of Zhanling. Although it didn't cause any raging waves, it caused the surface of Zhanling to be no longer calm. In Chonghua Prefecture, Lu Tianling Laozu seemed to have already noticed Lu Ping's return. He stood in the Chonghua Palace and smiled as he looked at Lu Ping. When Lu Tianling Laozu sensed Lu Ping's cultivation, the smile on the corner of his eyes became even wider. His face revealed an imperceptible surprise and gratification. Master! When Lu Ping entered the palace, he saw that his master was still dressed in palace attire and looking at him with a smile. He hurriedly walked forward and bowed. Disciple congratulates master on attaining the Dharma stage, Laozu. Lu Tianling Laozu nodded and said, "The spirit forging pill that you provided back then was also a big part of my achievements. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve an 8th grade golden core." Lu Ping was overjoyed. He knew that if a cultivator wanted to successfully attain the Dharma stage, it was best to condense a 7th grade golden core or above. His master had achieved an 8th grade golden core, which meant that his future achievements would not be any lower than the mid-Dharma stage celestial phenomenon Laozu. Lu Ping took out a jade scroll and handed it to his master. "Master, this is a jade scroll that Uncle Master Liang Xianfeng obtained from Zhongshuan's cave in the East Sea. Uncle Master Liang's cultivation seems to have reached a critical stage of merging spirit items, and he needs to go into seclusion to train. I'm afraid that he won't be able to attend your Dharma meeting, so he asked me to give this jade scroll to you as a congratulatory gift." Lu Tianling Laozu took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine sense. He suddenly looked at Lu Ping in surprise and said, "The Linhai wave listening technique?" Lu Ping nodded. Lu Tianling Laozu skimmed through it and said happily, "It is indeed the complete Linhai wave listening technique. It is said that when Zhongshuan Laozu of the Feiling sect fled to the East Sea, he did indeed take a part of the Feiling sect's heritage from Feiling Island. At that time, people guessed that the Linhai wave listening technique was among them, but I didn't expect Brother Liang to find it." Lu Ping smiled and said, "With the complete Linhai wave listening technique, this technique can be upgraded to the 6th true technique of our sect in your hands." Lu Tianling looked at Lu Ping and smiled. "I didn't expect my 9th disciple to have learned how to flatter me. But with the complete technique in hand, if I don't try it out, I'd be letting this technique down." At first, Lu Ping was a little embarrassed by his teacher's teasing, but after listening to his teacher's words, he was encouraged by his teacher's confidence. At this moment, second senior sister Li Xuanru, third senior sister Zhao Xuanji, fourth senior sister Wang Xianjing, sixth senior sister Chan Xianwei, and 10th junior sister Zhang Xianxian walked in one after another. Behind them was Leng Qian. Obviously, everyone had heard about Lu Ping's return and came to Chonghua Manor to greet him. Lu Ping greeted his senior sisters and junior sisters one by one, and even Leng Qian greeted him as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Lu Ping didn't embarrass Leng Qian on the spot, Lao Zu didn't show it on his face, but there was a hint of approval in his eyes. However, 10th junior sister Zhang Xianxian snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Lu Ping's greeting to Leng Qian, but she didn't say anything. Second senior sister Li Xuanru was afraid that the atmosphere would turn awkward, so she said with a smile, I just heard from one of our disciples that not only has her 9th martial uncle returned, but he has also become a core forging enlightened master. I didn't believe it at first, but now I realize that I've wronged this disciple. Not only has 9th junior brother become a core forging enlightened master, but he has also reached the 3rd stage of core forging. This is truly amazing. That's right. 4th senior sister Wang Xianjing was usually the most humorous person. She said with a smile, fortunately, I just advanced to the middle stage of core forging last year. Otherwise, wouldn't I be inferior to my junior brother? Just as Wang Xuanjing's voice fell, 6th senior sister Chan Xuanwei's sour voice sounded. 4th senior sister, where can I put my face? This is my first time meeting 9th junior brother, but my cultivation is already 2 levels lower than 9th junior brother's. After Lu Ping entered Chonghua Mansion, 6th senior sister Chan Xianwei had been in seclusion to break through to the core forging stage. It was only after Lu Ping went missing that she came out of seclusion. She was still at the 1st stage of core forging stage, but she had never met Lu Ping before. However, Lu Ping had obtained an invisible sword art from this 6th senior sister, whom he had never met before. Now, Lu Ping had cultivated it to the minor magical ability realm, so Lu Ping was still grateful to this 6th senior sister. It's my turn, it's my turn. Little junior sister Zhang Xianxian had also advanced to the core forging stage. Seeing that the other senior sisters had finished speaking, she hurriedly jumped in front of Lu Ping and stretched out her hand, saying, 9th senior brother, your cultivation has finally surpassed me, but you didn't attend the celebration banquet when I broke through to the core forging stage, so you still owe me a gift, and you owe me for so long, so you have to give me too. Tianling Laozu smiled and watched the disciples tease each other. The senior sisters also smiled and watched the little junior sister play with treasures. Lu Ping didn't care and asked with a smile, little junior sister, what treasure do you want? You have to say it. If I give you a treasure that I don't like, you can't exchange it with me. Zhang Xianxian rolled her big eyes and deliberately shouted, wow, no wonder 9th senior brother was called the treasure boy. You have so many treasures on you that you can choose from. Then she giggled and said in a coy voice, senior martial brother, I want to learn a flying sword, but daddy and mommy both said that the flowing cloud flying sleeve is the best as a natal artifact. Do you have a flying sword? It must at least be a top-grade artifact. Lu Ping knew that little junior sister cultivated the wood attribute cultivation method taught by Zhang Tianlin Laozu. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, I have 2 wood attribute flying swords, but they are not top-ranked magic weapons. When Lu Ping said this, he saw that little junior sister was a little disappointed. He knew that she really wanted a flying sword, so he said, but I have 2 good spiritual materials to refine a wood attribute flying sword. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Ping said, Zhang Xuanchuan's big eyes suddenly lit up again. Lu Ping touched his storage ring and took out 2 3-inch thick peachwood branches. He said, these 2 peachwood branches should be enough to forge a pair of flying swords. When the time comes, Lu Yun will carry the peachwood swords in her sleeves. At that time, who in the same realm as junior martial sister would be able to defeat her? These 2 peachwood branches were mutated peachwood branches that fell from the peach tree spirit during its thousands of years of growth. Lu Ping had more than 10 of these mutated peachwood branches, and these 2 branches were relatively thick. They were at least 2 to 3,000 years old, and their quality was almost no lower than a 3rd-rank spiritual material. When the senior sisters saw that Lu Ping casually took out 2 top-grade spiritual materials, They were a little surprised. If these two peachwood branches were polished by an expert and made into a top-grade flying sword, in the future, it would be easy to condense more than 4 treasures and become a spirit-connected magic treasure. It was even possible to go one step further and become a magic treasure of a higher grade. Fourth senior sister Wang Xianjing let out a long sigh and deliberately said, "If I knew ninth junior brother had so many treasures, I would have called my good-for-nothing disciples over and asked them to give me some greeting gifts." Everyone laughed out loud when they saw how funny she was. Lu Ping looked around but didn't see 7th senior sister Fan Zihua. So he asked, "Why don't I see 7th senior sister?" 3rd senior sister Zhao Xuanji, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "Your 7th senior sister is in seclusion to break through to the core forging stage. I don't know if she can come out before teacher's Dharma Idol assembly." 6th senior sister Chan Xianwei frowned and said, "I originally wanted to wait for 7th senior sister to come out of seclusion to help me prepare for teacher's Dharma Idol assembly. I'm afraid I'll have to do it alone." 3rd senior sister Wang Xianjing glanced at Lu Ping and egged her on. "6th girl, you're stupid. Our Jinling's rule has always been that the youngest core forging disciple will prepare for teacher's Dharma Idol assembly. Are you the youngest now?" Chan Xuanwei's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands. "That's right." Chan Xianwei turned to Lu Ping and said seriously, "Ninth junior brother, teacher's Dharma Idol assembly depends on you. Junior sister Xianxian doesn't count. Not only are you teacher's youngest disciple, but you're also the only male disciple." Chapter 338. 6th senior sister Chan Xianwei might not be able to prepare for the Dharma assembly, but Lu Ping was more willing to believe that his senior sisters had deliberately given him this opportunity. The main organizer of the Dharma assembly was a chance for a cultivator to make a contribution. After the assembly was successfully held, the sect and Lao Zu himself would reward and thank the organizer of the assembly. Lu Ping saw that the senior martial sisters were all willing to let him be the one to prepare for teacher's avatar ceremony, so he no longer declined. He said, "Since senior martial sisters are willing to give me a chance to contribute to teacher's avatar ceremony, then I won't refuse." Lu Ping then told his teacher and his senior sisters about his years in the East Sea. When he heard Lu Ping mention little Taoist Master Zhu Xianmeng and little Taoist Master Zhu Xianmeng, Lu Ping clearly felt that his 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior sister, and 4th senior sister were stunned for a moment. They all looked at Lu Tianling Laozu. Lu Tianling Laozu had been listening calmly, and there was not much change in his expression. Lu Ping kept talking, but he had already thought about it in his heart. It seemed that Taoist Master Mei really had a lot of entanglements with his sect, and it was with his teacher. At this time, Lu Ping had already said that after he established the Listening Wave Mansion in the Fallen Mystery Land, he met with Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng according to the agreement. The matter of Lu Ping killing Kuan-fish demon Kong Liang was naturally concealed by Lu Ping. However, everyone was surprised that Lu Ping could actually establish a force in the Fallen Mystery Land. But after hearing that Lu Ping had become an alchemy master, they suddenly had a trace of admiration. Ling Qian's expression was even more complicated, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, after Lu Ping met Tianxiang Laozu on Jingzhi Island and repeated Laozu's words, not only did Lu Tianling and Laozu stop smiling, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters were also silent, and no one knew what they were thinking. Chan Xianwei, Leng Qian, Jiang Xianxian, and the others were even more confused. Lu Ping was able to figure out something from it. This Taoist master may not only had a big entanglement with his sect, but he also had a grudge with his teacher. No wonder Tianxiang Laozu always emphasized that brothers should stay outside the wall to defend against their enemies. These words were probably not only said for Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng, but also for Lu Ping. He wanted Lu Ping to relay everything he heard to his teacher. After all, his teacher was now the Fa Xiang Laozu. Even if Tianxiang Laozu was an elder, it would be embarrassing for him to reprimand his teacher. In addition, he was not in Tianling Mountain, so Lu Ping had become a suitable mouthpiece. As for Tianxiang Laozu's implication that it can be resolved through the younger generation, Lu Ping automatically ignored it. Not to mention that Lu Ping was not interested in Taoist Master Mei. Just based on the fact that Taoist Master Mei had a grudge with his teacher, No matter who was right or wrong, Lu Ping would clearly stand on his teacher's side. If they wanted to resolve it, the other party's disciple had to bring it up first, and it would depend on his teacher's own opinion. Lu Ping would never be this so-called bridge. This was also the reason why Lu Ping had always been unwilling to accept help from the boudoir, and would rather take the risk to kill Taoist Master Wang Hua alone. Other than Lu Ping not wanting to be controlled by others, Lu Ping also realized something from Taoist Master Liang and Zhu Xuaming's relationship. He was deliberately not willing to have too much relationship with Taoist Master Mei. Lu Ping's attitude was actually very simple. The content was similar to what Tianxiang Laozu said, but the essence was very different. I don't fight with you, but I don't get along with you. After telling his teacher and senior sisters about Lu Ping's experiences over the years, Lu Tianling Laozu also answered some of Lu Ping's problems in cultivation. Now that Lu Ping's cultivation was there, many of his questions were quite insightful, and even the second senior sister and the others were quite inspired after listening to him. After Lu Tianling Laozu advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage, whether it was his cultivation, knowledge, or state of mind, all of them had a qualitative leap. He was also more calm in answering some of the questions in cultivation. Often he would hit the nail on the head, which made everyone feel enlightened. In the end, Lu Ping was the only one asking for advice, and the disciples all asked their teacher for advice on cultivation. Everyone learned from these questions and learned something from each other. When Lu Tianling Laozu saw this, he simply began to give a lecture to his disciples in the Chonghua Palace. This was the first time Lu Tianling Laozu gave a lecture to his disciples after advancing to the Dharma manifestation stage. Not only did he talk about the many problems in the core forging stage, but he also talked about the things to pay attention to in the process of forging the divine will and merging the heaven and earth spirit items. He even talked about how to advance to the Dharma manifestation stage. After a lecture, everyone felt that they had benefited a lot. 3 days had passed. After the lecture, Lu Ping stayed in the Chonghua Palace. After he advanced to the core forging stage, according to Jinling's rules, core forging stage cultivators had to open up their own cave abode on Tianling Mountain. Right now, Lu Ping had returned in a hurry. Although his identity as a core forging sage had been verified, he still had to wait a few days before he could open up his cave abode on Tianling Mountain. Although Tianling Mountain was huge and the cultivators had many extraordinary methods, opening up a cave abode still involved choosing a location, setting up a formation, a spirit vein, a spirit garden, and many other aspects. Lu Ping didn't want to let others do it. So in the end, he opened up a cave abode on the side of a cliff on Tianling Mountain. From the cave abode, one could faintly hear the sound of the waves, which corresponded with the name Listening Wave Manor. Lu Ping's choice made the Jinling cultivator who was in charge of opening up the cave abode rather surprised. The spirit qi here was quite dense, and the scenery on the sea was not bad. However, the scenery around the cave abode was not good. There were strange rocks everywhere, and the ground was covered with rocks. It was impossible to open up a spirit garden, and there were also many obstacles when setting up a formation. It was precisely because of these reasons that not many cultivators opened up their cave abodes in this area. Lu Ping didn't care about this. He had the House of Gold, and the spirit garden was so big that the spirit vein was not enough for him to use. Why would he bother to open up a spirit garden outside his cave abode like other cultivators? However, Jinling requested every enlightened master to open up a cave abode on Tianling Mountain. Other than the fact that Tianling Mountain had a large spirit vein, which gave it a unique advantage in cultivation, it also strengthened the enlightened master's sense of belonging to the sect. After all, there were some cultivators like Lu Ping who opened up their cave abodes outside of Tianling Mountain after they reached the blood condensation realm. How could they give up on their cave abodes after so many years of development? Even after they advanced to the core forging realm, they didn't often stay on Tianling Mountain. Instead, they hid in their cave abodes outside of Tianling Mountain to cultivate. Even without the support of a large spirit vein, it was more peaceful and free. What's more, Lu Ping already had the spirit amassing pearl for a small spirit vein. In just a few years, he would be able to cultivate a new small spirit vein. At that time, it was hard to say which one would be more beneficial to him, or to share a large spirit vein with thousands of people. In fact, Lu Ping had the same idea. The cave abode on Tianling Mountain was just a temporary resting place. Lu Ping was more willing to manage his Huangli Island. Other than Lu Ping's unwillingness to participate in trivial matters, he had too many secrets that he didn't want to reveal in front of others. The cave dwelling was more or less intact, but it hadn't been carefully carved. There wasn't even a protective array outside the cave dwelling. But Lu Ping didn't mind. After all, the cave dwelling was just a decoration in his eyes. The next day, as soon as Lu Ping finished cultivating, he was startled. He got up and walked out of the cave abode, only to see a slim figure leisurely walking towards the hearing surf mansion. Lu Ping stood in front of the cave abode and smiled at the newcomer. He said softly, "I knew you would be the first to see me." His tone was exactly the same as when the person in front of him met him in the Frost Forest Array a few years ago. Hu Lily's bright eyes were the same as when she smiled at Lu Ping in the Frost Forest Array a few years ago. Her eyes still contained a trace of pride, a trace of gratification, and a trace of longing. Stepping forward, Hu Lily took out a set of array discs from her storage magic tool and handed it to Lu Ping. She said, "I know you're too lazy to take care of the cave abode. You can arrange this set of array discs first. You're a core forging enlightened master after all. How can it be acceptable if the cave abode is bare and only made of stones? Besides, someone might come in a while." Lu Ping smiled and said, "You're really thoughtful. I really haven't thought about how to manage this place." Hu Lily smiled and ignored him. She went straight into the cave dwelling and began to tidy up the place. Stone tables, stone chairs, tea sets, and spirit dishes were taken out from her interspatial mystic instrument and arranged neatly in the cave dwelling. After a while, the entire cave dwelling had been tidied up by Hu Lily. The original stone cave now had the aura of a human residence. Lu Ping set up a cave dwelling protection array formation on the side and placed all kinds of spirit materials around the cave dwelling. Lu Ping inserted dozens of mid-grade spirit stones into the plate, and an invisible shield that looked like a water ripple suddenly enveloped the entire cave dwelling. Lu Ping scanned the entire formation with his divine sense, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that Hu Lily's attainments in formations were getting better and better. With her current peak blood condensation cultivation, the formation she created was strong enough to withstand an attack from an ordinary core forging cultivator. If it was under his control, the formation's power would be even stronger. After not seeing each other for so many years, he wasn't the only one working hard, and he wasn't the only one improving. He wondered how his friends from back then were doing. The two of them cooperated with tacit understanding, one inside and one outside. In just a few moments, Lu Ping's listening wave manner had become more and more presentable. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't talk about their experiences in the past few years. They were both introverted people and preferred to communicate their feelings through a smile, a look, a gesture, or even a little bit of tacit understanding. At that moment, a long laugh rang out. "Didn't they say that junior brother Lu's cave abode had just been opened? Why does it look like it's been in operation for years? Senior sister who is still as meticulous as ever. You didn't even wait for us to arrive and you've already made preparations." Lu Ping and Hu Lily smiled at each other. When Lu Ping arrived at the entrance of the cave abode, he saw a beam of red light landing in front of the cave abode. The burly Yao Yong immediately withdrew his scorching aura. He looked at Lu Ping and said, "The entire Tianling Mountain said that the missing ninth disciple of Chonghua Manor went to the East Sea, and when he returned, his cultivation had already reached the third layer of the core forging realm. I didn't believe it at first, but now I have no choice but to believe it. I was a little complacent when I advanced to the core forging realm. I don't know if I'm just being arrogant or if you're just too monstrous." Lu Ping found Yao Yong's words funny and said, "Senior brother Yao, that's not like you at all." Yao Yong shook his head and walked straight into the cave abode. He didn't need Lu Ping to guide him. It was as if he was in his own cave abode. After a while, Shilingling, Chanlian, Zhongjian, Mayu Zhongjia, Ji Zishuan, Yin Zichu, and Zhang Zicheng also rushed over. When they saw each other, they exchanged greetings and chatted happily. Chapter 339. In the Crystal Palace, Zhang Shiji was jokingly referred to as the number one person below the elite disciples. Among the most outstanding mid-core forging cultivators of the Crystal Palace, the first batch of heaven and earth treasures they smelted were at least 2 low-grade earth-ranked heaven and earth treasures. Zhang Shiji was no exception. He cultivated a water-attributed cultivation method, but when he advanced to the mid-core forging stage, he was unable to find 2 low-grade earth-ranked heaven and earth treasures in a short period of time. In a moment of desperation, he had no choice but to use another heaven and earth treasure. Although this heaven and earth treasure was also a low-grade earth-ranked heaven and earth treasure, it was, after all, 2 different heaven and earth treasures. As a result, after Zhang Shiji advanced to the mid-core forging stage, although his strength was not too far off from the most outstanding disciples of the Crystal Palace, many of the senior cultivators of the Crystal Palace who saw the heaven and earth treasures Zhang Shiji smelted felt it was a pity that Zhang Shiji was unable to receive the attention of the sect like these outstanding disciples. Smelting 2 different spirit items at the same time in the process of advancing to the next level would still affect the cultivator's cultivation, even though the attributes were the same. However, this effect was not obvious in the core forging stage. Instead, the effect would become more serious when the cultivator advanced to the Dharma stage, and after that. Zhang Shiji was also a proud person. Although he lost his patience and took the wrong step, he didn't think that he would be inferior to those who were valued by the sect in the future. On the contrary, he was more eager to prove his strength in front of the senior cultivators in the sect, hoping to change the sect's opinion of him. This time, the truly outstanding disciples of the Crystal Palace didn't come to the North Sea. In their opinion, the North Sea cultivation world was barren and backward, and there probably wouldn't be any talented people. If they went and defeated all the cultivators of the same level, not only would they gain nothing, but they would also leave the impression of having an unfair advantage in front of the senior cultivators of the sect. However, Zhang Shiji was unwilling to give up on this opportunity. In fact, during his trip to Xianling sect, he had indeed discovered a worthy opponent. That was Xianling sect's number 1 sword cultivator, Ouyang Weijian. Although Xianling sect wanted Ouyang Weijian to avoid the strongest cultivators from the Crystal Palace, and instead fought against the cultivators from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, Zhang Shiji discovered that Ouyang Weijian's strength was already comparable to the strongest mid-core forging cultivators from the Crystal Palace. During his stay at Xianling sect, Zhang Shiji had privately arranged a battle with Ouyang Weijian. After a tough battle, Zhang Shiji won against Ouyang Weijian. However, he knew that he actually had the advantage of having a higher level of cultivation than Ouyang Weijian. If Ouyang Weijian had the same level of cultivation as him, then Zhang Shiji might not have been Ouyang Weijian's match. At the same time, Zhang Shiji also found out from Ouyang Weijian that there was another sword cultivator in Jinling who was as famous as him. That person was Lu Xianping, who was also known as the water sword deity. Although Zhang Shiji was impressed that there were talented people in the North Sea cultivation world, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that the titles Wind Sword Deity and Water Sword Deity were given to mid-stage core forging cultivators like Ouyang Weijian and Lu Ping. In the East Sea, the cultivators who dared to put such titles on their heads were all overlords of their own regions, and they were all in the mid and late Dharma stage. Every single core forging cultivator dared to call himself a sword deity. If this happened in the East Sea, countless cultivators of the same level would have come knocking on their doors. They would definitely teach them a lesson and trample them under their feet. Water sword deity? That was the biggest joke in the world. Just as Zhang Shiji, the disciple of the Crystal Palace, issued his challenge, the cultivators who were watching the battle in Jinling went into an uproar. However, there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes. They wanted to see how the most talented water sword deity of Jinling would fight against a cultivator of the same level from the number 1 sect in the East Sea. In front of the Heaven Spirit Palace, perfected Guo Xianshan looked at Zhang Shiji, who was standing in the middle of the square, and asked the Crystal Palace cultivator beside him, "Brother Ming Shan, may I know who this young friend of your sect is?" Perfected Ming Shan from the Crystal Palace looked at Zhang Shiji and scolded with a smile. Although this disciple is not among the top cultivators of the same level in our sect, his strength is not much different from theirs. Previously in Xianling sect, he had a private match with a genius called Ouyang Weijian. Relying on his higher cultivation, he won by a fluke. Now he wants to come out and cause trouble again. Please don't take offense, Brother Guo. Even though Water Crystal Palace's enlightened master Ming Shan had belittled Zhang Shiji, his face was still full of smiles, without any hint of blame at all. How could Guo Xianshan not understand what enlightened master Ming Shan was thinking? Thus he smiled and said, "It's fine for us to just watch as juniors quarrel. There's no need to blame them too much." At this moment, Lu Ping was just about to walk towards the teleportation formation. Hearing this, he only laughed lightly, shook his head, and continued to walk towards the teleportation formation. He had already begun to insert the spirit stones in his hand into the formation. In the square of the Heaven Spirit Palace, Zhang Shiji waited for a while, but did not see Lu Ping appear. He couldn't help but sneer, "Is this Lu Daoyu looking down on me? Or is he just afraid of losing? Previously, I heard from fellow Xianling Sect's Ouyang Weijian that you are a cultivator who has grasped a great ability, and is even known as the Sword Immortal. You have never tasted defeat against cultivators of the same level, but who would have thought that you would be so cowardly? How disappointing!" As soon as Zhang Shiji finished speaking, the Jinling cultivators in the square began to scold him. However, Zhang Shiji came from the Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea. That was a huge sect that was on the same level as the great sects of the Central Plains, so why would he pay any attention to the Jinling sect that could not even be considered as a large sect in the cultivation world? However, just as Zhang Shiji sneered and was about to say something else to humiliate Lu Ping, the shrill whistle of a sword suddenly rang out. Zhang Shiji's expression tightened, and when he looked up, he saw a golden flying sword was already flying toward him from afar, piercing through the whistling sound of a sword. Just as Lu Ping inserted the spirit stones into the teleportation formation disk, and was about to activate it to return to Huangli Island, Zhang Shiji's second provocation rang out from the square of the Heaven Spirit Hall. Lu Ping snorted coldly. Originally, he did not want to take part in these trivial matters, but his opponent had forced him again and again. Lu Ping was not a person who would stoop to compromise. The golden scale sword pierced through the air. Zhang Shiji was first overjoyed, but then his heart skipped a beat. He was overjoyed because when the flying sword pierced through the air, he learned from the cries of surprise from the surrounding Jinling cultivators that this flying sword was Lu Xuanping's famous golden scale sword. Lu Ping had finally made his move. Zhang Shiji now had the opportunity to trample the most famous, Wind Sword Immortal, and Water Sword Immortal, beneath his feet. However, his heart skipped a beat. This was because Zhang Shiji's spiritual sense swept in the direction of the golden scale sword, but he could not find any trace of the person controlling the golden scale sword. He could only faintly feel a strong fluctuation of spiritual qi, in a place where his spiritual sense could not reach. What did this mean? The legendary fourth-layer core forging Jinling swordsmanship genius spiritual sense was actually above his own. He was able to control a flying sword to attack him from a place where his spiritual sense could not reach. Zhang Shiji's spiritual sense had already reached the limit of a mid-core forging cultivator, so Lu Xuanping's spiritual sense was actually on par with the late-core forging cultivator's spiritual sense. But what could he do? The further the flying sword flew, the more spiritual essence it consumed, and the power of the flying sword would naturally decrease. Even if my spiritual sense was not as strong as yours, I would counterattack. Do you think Lu Xianping is going to run all the way? Zhang Shiji sneered in his heart. A huge crystal wheel rose from his back. The crystal palace rotated rapidly and collided with the golden scale sword. Just as the crystal wheel was about to collide with the golden scale sword, the golden scale sword trembled in midair, and suddenly split into countless golden sword lights. They transformed into a golden torrent of swordsmanship, bypassing the crystal wheel's obstruction and rushing toward Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji snorted coldly. The crystal wheel that was bypassed by the torrent of swordsmanship suddenly moved horizontally. The huge wheel rotated rapidly in the torrent of swordsmanship, stirring up a huge vortex in the golden torrent of swordsmanship. The torrent of swordsmanship that was rushing toward Zhang Shiji seemed to be restrained by a force. The vortex stirred by the crystal wheel absorbed all the swordsmanship transformed from the golden scale sword. After Zhang Shiji resolved Lu Ping's torrent of swordsmanship, he wanted to trace the direction of the torrent of swordsmanship. However, before Zhang Shiji could take a step, the vortex of swordsmanship that had already been stirred by the crystal wheel suddenly rippled again. Lu Ping suddenly used the sword light vortex stirred by the crystal wheel to suddenly launch a great swordsmanship divine ability. The huge sword vortex almost swept Zhang Shiji into it. Not only did Zhang Shiji not advance, but he also had to take 2 steps back in order to avoid the Sea of 100 Rivers sword art. How is this possible? This person is so far away from me. How can the divine ability not weaken in the slightest? Could it be that this person's primary essence is so strong that he can ignore the distance between magic treasures? In the blink of an eye, this thought flashed across Zhang Shiji's mind. At the same time, the massive sword vortex had also condensed into a force that continuously attacked the crystal wheel in the center of the vortex. Amidst the densely packed sounds of collision, the surface of the crystal wheel was struck by the sword light, causing countless crystal light chips to appear on the surface. Seeing his life-bound magic treasure being suppressed by the golden scale sword, Zhang Shiji grew furious and shouted, "You are not the only one who can control a great divine ability. Domain crystal wheel." As Zhang Shiji roared, the crystal wheel that was blocking Lu Ping's Sea of 100 Rivers suddenly split into 3, then 9, then 36. A total of 36 crystal wheels formed a giant crystal ball that shuttled back and forth in the air. The crystal ball spun back and forth in the sword vortex, trying to suppress it completely. At the same time, the sword lights that pierced into the crystal ball were also destroyed by the crystal wheel that shuttled back and forth between the crystal ball and Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji was overjoyed. Back at Xianling sect, Zhang Shiji had relied on the domain crystal wheel to break Ouyang Weijian's wind flow sword technique. Today, he had once again used the domain crystal wheel to restrain Lu Ping's sword vortex. Zhang Shiji was about to step in the direction of Lu Ping. He wanted to see what kind of person this water sword immortal was, who was so arrogant to actually attack him from thousands of feet away. However, before his domain crystal wheel could crush in the direction of Lu Ping, the golden scale sword that was hidden among the countless sword lights slashed out again. Zhang Shiji's expression immediately changed. Sword array. It's actually a sword array. When a sword technique's great divine ability reached perfection, every sword strike was a complete sword array. Zhang Shiji had no choice but to come to a halt once more. The sword maelstrom he unleashed earlier no longer relied on sword light to wreak havoc. Instead, strands of sword light swirled around the gold scale sword to form a gigantic sword maelstrom, seemingly intent on devouring everything. It was even about to devour Zhang Shiji's domain crystal wheel. Zhang Shiji's face turned red as he retreated with all his might, saving the domain crystal wheel from the powerful devouring force of the sword vortex. However, there were still 3 crystal wheels that he couldn't retrieve in time and were stripped from the domain crystal wheel by several streams. After a series of ear-piercing sounds, the 3 crystal wheels were crushed by Lu Ping's sword array. However, the domain crystal wheel was, after all, a great divine ability inherited from the Crystal Palace. Moreover, Lu Ping was using the Sea of All Rivers sword array from thousands of feet away, so he was already at a disadvantage. After Lu Ping's sword array devoured the 3 crystal wheels, Zhang Shiji's domain crystal wheel great divine ability was undoubtedly broken, and Lu Ping's sword array could no longer continue. The sword lights that filled the sky were absorbed into the golden scale sword. However, everyone present, no matter who it was, could tell who had the upper hand in the battle between the two. The Jinling cultivators cheered. Some of the lower-level cultivators even shouted the name Water Sword Immortal. Reverend Ming Shan, who stood in front of the Heaven Spirit Hall, had an ugly expression on his face. However, he still smiled at Reverend Guo Xianshan, who was beside him, and said, "I didn't think that your sect would have such a talented disciple. This set of sword technique is like a rainbow absorbing water, and also like the sea absorbing all rivers. The title of Water Sword Immortal is somewhat well-deserved. What I said earlier was too rash. This level of swordsmanship has already far surpassed Xianling sect's Ouyang Weijian." Although Reverend Ming Shan admitted that he had misjudged Lu Ping, he still spoke in an arrogant tone. He was very stingy with words of praise. He only said that Lu Ping's swordsmanship had surpassed Ouyang Weijian's, but he didn't compare it to his own disciple in the Crystal Palace. Clearly, he was very confident in his own disciple's cultivation. The remaining 33 crystal wheels were combined into one by Zhang Shiji. Looking at the dimmed crystal wheel, Zhang Shiji knew that he had lost. This was a complete humiliation to Zhang Shiji. He had fought with the legendary water sword immortal of Jinling Lu Xianping. In the end, not only did he suffer a loss, but he also couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Ping's aura. This meant that when Lu Ping faced Zhang Shiji again, as long as Lu Ping didn't take out the golden scale sword, Zhang Shiji wouldn't know that the person in front of him was the famous water sword immortal. A look of reluctance flashed across Zhang Shiji's face. A 7-storied crystal pagoda suddenly appeared above his head, and a steady stream of true essence flowed into the crystal wheel. The damaged crystal wheel immediately regained its luster, and with a crisp ringing sound, Zhang Shiji raised the crystal wheel and walked towards Lu Ping. Zhang Shiji's goal was very simple. Even if he lost, he wanted to know who he had lost to. After losing this spar, Zhang Shiji knew very well what he would have to face when he returned to the Crystal Palace. As long as he could see or use his divine sense to capture the water sword immortal who had defeated him, he would at least be able to reduce the humiliation that Zhang Shiji had to bear for the Crystal Palace, even though it was only a humiliation to the Crystal Palace. Thousands of feet away, Lu Ping seemed to have sensed Zhang Shiji's intention. He drew an arc with the golden scale sword several feet away from Zhang Shiji with the hilt of the sword as the axis. Hundreds of golden sword lights formed a golden sword wheel that was half a foot in size, rolling and slashing towards Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji naturally did not show any weakness. The crystal wheel and the golden sword wheel collided, creating countless sparks in the air. The two were locked in a stalemate, and Zhang Shiji could not move an inch. However, Zhang Shiji seemed to have made up his mind to break through Lu Ping's obstruction. He shouted, "Solidify!" The first floor of the crystal pagoda above his head suddenly emitted a spiritual light, and a fluorescent light curtain hung down from the pagoda, firmly covering Zhang Shiji. Zhang Shiji did not even have the time to fully control the crystal wheel. He let the sword chi scattered by the golden scale sword splash on the light curtain of the crystal pagoda, creating ripples. Lu Ping had seen this kind of crystal pagoda in the East Sea Northern Alliance Pill Conference. At that time, Ning Xiais, an alchemy genius from the Crystal Palace, had refined a sea-suppressing pagoda with 6 floors. Legend had it that when the sea-suppressing pagoda was condensed to 6 floors, one could use the great divine ability of the Crystal Palace, the Sea-Calm River Great Divine Ability. This was a great divine ability that was even more powerful than Zhang Shiji's cyclic crystal wheel. Legend had it that the Crystal Palace had a supreme divine ability above the Sea-Calm River Great Divine Ability, but this was not known to outsiders. Although Zhang Shiji's sea-suppressing pagoda had only condensed 7 floors, 4 of them had been refined and condensed with treasure enchantments. Impressively, it was a psychic magic treasure. Although it could not achieve the Ocean Calm River Great Magical Power, its defensive ability was far beyond ordinary psychic magic treasures. The golden scale sword suddenly broke away from the entanglement of the crystal wheel and drew a strange arc in the air. A strange one-horned dragon appeared in front of Zhang Shiji. The strange dragon pounced on the sea-suppressing pagoda above Zhang Shiji's head. Its body wrapped around the pagoda, and the scales formed by the sword light rubbed against the pagoda, making a burst of firecracker-like sound. The sea-suppressing pagoda was on the verge of collapse, as if it was about to be pulled out of Zhang Shiji's head by the strange dragon. Zhang Shiji's complexion changed, and the crystal wheel whizzed towards the monstrous flood dragon to kill it. However, he heard a crisp, ding sound, and Zhang Shiji felt a huge force suddenly hit the crystal wheel, and the crystal wheel was sent flying. At this moment there was a loud bang. The strange one-horned dragon wrapped around the sea-suppressing pagoda, finally pulled it out of Zhang Shiji's head. Zhang Shiji's face changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he felt a chill on his neck. A faint blue sword shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and then disappeared from his throat. Zhang Shiji's face looked as if it had suddenly lost its vitality, but then he seemed to think of something. He looked up at the sea-suppressing pagoda, and saw that the strange dragon on the sea-suppressing pagoda had disappeared, leaving only the sea-suppressing pagoda floating in the air. Zhang Shiji waved his hand to put away the crystal wheel and the sea-suppressing pagoda, and with a flash of light under his feet, he came to the teleportation formation hundreds of meters away. The light on the teleportation formation had just dissipated, and there was no one on it. Chapter 340. But before that, I have to find a soft persimmon to pinch. Hu Lili saw that Lu Ping had decided to endure for the time being. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she was reminded by Lu Ping's words. What do you plan to do? Yuan clan? Li clan? Or Huangli Island's demon clan? From Hu Lili's point of view, no matter which family it was, they still didn't have the qualifications to provoke them. The gap between the middle stage and the early stage of the core forging realm was simply insurmountable. It wasn't as simple as the gap between the third stage and the fourth stage. Lu Ping smiled and didn't answer Hu Lili's question. Instead, he discussed some cultivation issues with everyone and exchanged anecdotes about the cultivation world. For a time, the atmosphere in the cave mansion was stirred up. At the end, Lu Ping went to Chun Lian and took out Landslide. He asked, Brother Chun, do you have a suitable enchantment that can upgrade Landslide into a mystic treasure? In Lu Ping's hands, Landslide was still as powerful as a mystic treasure, but it was only a top-grade mystic treasure after all. This caused Lu Ping to use Landslide less and less frequently after his cultivation base increased. It was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. Chun Lian's eyes lit up when he saw Landslide, and he said, This is the first top-grade magic artifact I've refined. I know that you'll definitely upgrade it to a magic treasure in the future, so I've been paying attention to some suitable treasures for you these past few years. However, even though there are many treasures that are used for heavy attacks and restraints, there are pitifully few treasures that lean towards the water attribute like Landslide. I've only collected one in my possession. Even though other similar treasures can be used on it, their attributes aren't compatible, and it'll inevitably affect the might of Landslide. Lu Ping handed Landslide to Chun Lian and said, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chun. By the way, I also want to ask where I can find similar restrictions. Chun Lian pondered for a moment and said, Actually, there are many treasures stored in our sect's refining pavilion. These treasures are all-encompassing and were collected, improved, and even created by generations of Jinling cultivators. They are one of the important inheritances of Jinling. Chun Lian smiled when he saw the joy on Lu Ping's face. However, it will not be easy for you to enter. Hearing this, Lu Ping said casually, Oh, are there any restrictions? Chun Lian smiled bitterly and said, Of course there are. And it's not easy to reach the standard. First of all, the cultivators who can enter the forbidden area must be at least at the core forging stage. This is the most basic requirement. Lu Ping nodded and said, Of course. Chun Lian continued, Secondly, if you want to exchange for a forbidden treasure, you must leave behind another forbidden treasure. The blacksmith pavilion will not make things difficult for you. It is a fair trade. Lu Ping thought about it and said, That's only natural. Chun Lian chuckled and said, The key is the third condition. The forbidden treasure you want to exchange for must be something that the blacksmith pavilion doesn't have. Lu Ping was a little stunned. He had already thought of the difficulty of this condition. Chun Lian looked at Lu Ping and said, I think you have already thought of it. Jinling has tens of thousands of years of inheritance, and many generations of cultivators. It can't be said that the blacksmith pavilion has all kinds of forbidden treasures, but there are very few that are missing from the North Sea. It is not easy to find a forbidden treasure that is not in the blacksmith pavilion. Lu Ping was a little stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, There should be other ways, right? Chun Lian nodded and said, There are indeed other ways. The most important thing for a sect is its inheritance and foundation. You can use some cultivation method, blacksmith secret technique, alchemy secret technique, and other inheritances that the sect doesn't have to increase the sect's foundation. Or you can use some heaven and earth treasures to exchange for it. Or you can make a great contribution to the sect and get a reward. In short, the sect must first recognize your contribution. Only then will you have the chance to get a reward. Lu Ping thought for a while and said, Then I will have to trouble Brother Chun to give me some pointers. No matter what, I will definitely go to the blacksmith pavilion. As he spoke, he took out a flying sword and asked Brother Chun, What do you think of this flying sword? Chun Lian had a long history of learning and was a disciple of the blacksmith master of Jinling, so he naturally had a good eye. He took a look and said with surprise, An invisible flying sword? This is rare. Brother Lu wants to upgrade this top-grade flying sword to a magic weapon, right? I am afraid it will not be easy. Lu Ping handed the flying sword to Chan Lian and said, "That is why I have to trouble Brother Chan." Chan Lian took the flying sword and said helplessly, "The material of this flying sword is not enough to upgrade it to a magic weapon. More importantly, it is too difficult to find an invisible flying sword. It seems that I will have to trouble Master this time. However, this sword is a bit special. I think Master will be very interested in it." Flying Thunder Island was a small island among the hundreds of islands near True Spirit Island. It was also the base of the Li family, a subsidiary force of Jinling. In the years after the outbreak of the Beast Tide, the Li family's development could be said to be rapid. Not only did they cultivate a small spirit vein for future generations, but the Li family's current head, Li Xianliang, had also successfully advanced to the mid-core forging realm this year. In addition, there was an early core forging realm elder in the family. However, the atmosphere in the Li family was not very good these days. In the Li family's ancestral hall, the two enlightened masters Li Xianliang and Li Xuanwu sat at the head, followed by Li Ziming, Li Zixing, Li Zicheng, Li Ziyu, and a dozen other core members of the family. Who would have thought that not only did Lu Ping return alive, but his cultivation base had also reached the third layer core forging realm. I'm afraid the first thing he would think of when the spirit vein on Huangli Island was our Li clan's doing. Now that he has the support of Laozu's teacher, he was a little reckless back then. The one who spoke was enlightened master Li Xuanwu, one of the only two enlightened masters in the Li family, and Li Xuanliang's younger brother. As soon as Li Xuanwu's voice fell, the faces of the people in the ancestral hall changed. When Lu Ping went missing, enlightened master Xianchen and enlightened master Lu Xianling caused a huge ruckus in the Yuan family. The Yuan family had 5 enlightened masters in the core forging realm. There was also enlightened master Xianjin, who had reached the late core forging realm and returned to the Yuan family. However, these 6 enlightened masters were blocked by enlightened master Lu Xianling in the family's ancestral hall. Then, enlightened master Xianchen destroyed the entire Yuan family's manor. From this, one could see how powerful enlightened master Lu Xianling was. You can't say that. He has no evidence to prove that the spirit vein was taken by the Li family. Moreover, if it wasn't for the small spirit vein, eldest uncle wouldn't have advanced to the mid-core forging realm so quickly. Moreover, the current Tianling Laozu is no longer the enlightened master Xianling. Why would Fa Xiang Laozu stand up for his disciple over such a small matter? If it wasn't for Tianling Laozu, do you think the Li family would be afraid of Lu Ping? The one who spoke was Li Zicheng, the Li Cheng from the past. Initially, enlightened master Li Xuanwu was very angry that someone dared to refute him in the ancestral hall. He felt that his authority was being challenged. However, after seeing Li Cheng, he didn't say anything. Li Cheng was the successor of the Li family. He was also the Li family's most promising cultivator to become the third enlightened master of the core forging realm. He still had the right to speak in the family. At this time, Li Ziming and Li Ziyu were sitting on pins and needles. In the past, when they stole the spirit vein from Lu Ping's immortal cave, they were the most active. Now that Lu Ping had returned, they were the most terrified. They were afraid that Lu Ping would take revenge on them. Li Xianliang listened to their reasoning and looked at Li Ziming and Li Ziyu. He frowned and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He said, "Not good." As soon as Li Xuanliang's voice fell, he heard a loud thunderclap in the sky. Li Xianliang hurriedly opened the island's protective array. It was followed by a loud bang sound. The entire Flying Thunder Island seemed to shake. More than half of the hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones inlaid in the protective array in the ancestral hall exploded. Minor magical thunder technique. Li Xuanliang's expression changed. He could no longer be seen in the ancestral hall. The others quickly followed and flew to the sky above the Flying Thunder Island. In the sky above the Flying Thunder Island, Li Xianliang looked at the young cultivator in front of him. His face was gloomy. "Who are you? How dare you attack my Li family in broad daylight?" The young man in front of him looked at Li Xianliang and smiled. "You are Li Xianliang? My name is Lu Ping." Li Xuanliang's expression froze. When the people of the Li family heard Lu Ping's name, their expressions changed. Li Ziming and his son intentionally fell behind the others. They did not want to face Lu Ping. However, How could they hide from Lu Ping's divine telekinesis? Looking at their ugly expressions, Lu Ping knew that they had ulterior motives. Hu Lily's guess was most likely true. Lu Ping, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have master's support. Everything has to be reasonable. You attacked my Li family for no reason. Even if Tianling Laozu is your master, my Li family will go to Jinling to reason with him. We will see if Jinling treats us, the subsidiary forces, as he pleases. Lu Ping glanced at Li Chang, who was standing behind Li Xianliang. He frowned and said to Li Xianliang, "Since when did the Li family let a junior make the decisions? Could it be that you, perfected Li Xianliang, are just a decoration in the family?" Li Xianliang looked at Li Chang with dissatisfaction. Li Chang clenched his fists and looked at Lu Ping with a red face. In the end, Li Xianliang was the patriarch of the family. He said coldly, "Although the juniors are rude, their reasoning is good. Do you really think my Li family is easy to provoke?" Haha. Lu Ping raised his head and laughed as if he had heard a joke. He said, "Is your Li family so weak that I can bully the whole family?" Li Xianliang was startled. He said, "What do you mean?" Lu Ping had caused such a big commotion on Flying Thunder Island that many cultivators had noticed. Lu Ping felt his divine sense and divine telekinesis coming and going. He smiled and said, "I heard that the Li family's patriarch has advanced to the mid-core forging stage. I have come to challenge him. Are you going to say that I am bullying you?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.